All right, everybody. Good morning, and thank you so much for coming. I knew this was gonna happen. It's really early morning, so I'm really happy to see some people actually woke up this early to honor some of our best guests today. And one of my personal favorites, actually. It's been 3 years since the last game jam. It's been so long. I'm glad you didn't forget about us. Let's hope that this never happens ever again. Before we actually begin, let us thank our sponsors, our partners for this event, which made this all possible. Of course, our hosts from the French Institute, where we're obviously located, and the Polish Institute, where we're going to have a job fair next week. Next weekend, don't forget about it, don't miss it. Now, the one of us sponsors for this year is, in the first place, Creative Assembly Sofia and Sega, which are responsible for my personal downfall through creating Total War Warhammer 3. Thank you very, very much for that. And also Total War Troy and Total War Rome 2. Ubisoft, they don't need any introduction. You know them from Assassin's Creed Rogue, Tom Clancy's The Division 2, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, all made here. Incineration Productions, going strong in the VR industry with the Spellpunk VR game, Chibi Phoenix, which are famous for their manga-style games, and Ponticus Solutions, working with one of the biggest publishers in the world, Bandai Namco. Our Rockstar Legends is how they're called, are Black Sea Games, who are releasing soon the long-awaited Knights of Honor 2 Sovereign, a game a lot of us have been waiting since we were kids. Really glad it's actually coming out soon. Chaos, the world leader in computer graphics technology with the VR renderer. And Rebellious Software, with their most popular game, World of Myths, the card game. And Kipi Interactive. Where is Kipi? Oh, there you are. Who are about to release their mobile brawler game, Cryo War. And last but not least, the supporting cast of partners, Haemon Games, who you all know from Tropico, Viktor and Surviving Mars, and the Infinity Gods, found by the game industry veterans and deep into the blockchain technology, as well as 11-bit Studios, Monster Energy, Club Panté, which are going to be providing us with some drinks a little bit later, and Coffee Spot. Thank you all for them. But now, what you all actually came here for is our speakers. The first one is actually one of my personal favorites from the previous game jams. He's from Creative Assembly. He's worked on all sorts of games like Earthrise and Arena of Fate. And here it says like a myriad of smaller titles across multiple platforms and genres, like Total War. You know, it's kind of missing here. And our guest is here to talk about how to think and talk about games, adapting the MDA approach to personal projects and game jams. Please welcome, from Associate Game Director at Creative Assembly Sofia, Viktor Dosev.
Hello, hello. I'll stay here. You can all see, I'm here. So let's start. A bit about me, as mentioned, I've worked on different games throughout my career. I started at Hypixel Studios, worked on an MMORPG, then worked on a twin-stick shooter. This is important because it's part of my experience on startups. That didn't pan out that well. We learned a lesson the hard way. Friends joke, a person should go bankrupt at least once in their life, preferably early. I checked that box, so let's move on. And then I worked on a MOBA. It was a popular genre at the time. And since then, I've been part of Creative Assembly, working on the Total War series for various titles. And we have a new project coming up, which I cannot talk about today, but stay tuned. It's going to be awesome because I'm doing it. But yeah, the rest of the team is super hyped about it. I'm so sad I cannot say any more about it. If you recognize any of those titles or you're interested, catch up with me after the meeting. We can always reminisce on the past with you. So, as you're well aware, there are many different games out there. Some of them are different artistically, thematically, gameplay-wise. They offer different mechanics. They play on different platforms. They have different input methods. But there's just a large variety, more than ever before. It's important, we'll get to it, but just to keep in mind. These different games are made by different developers. This is from the Game Jam. I hope you recognize yourself psyched. Hopefully, congratulations to the winner. Some of them are here today with us. So these different developers have different techniques, different methodologies. They work in different companies, and it's really hard to come up with a common language to discuss games, to discuss design, to discuss implementations. So these different developers make games for different kind of players who enjoy games or dislike games for all sorts of different reasons. These players are just different. the industry has always been trying to identify who our players are, how to make them, satisfied, what are fun games, how are our games different, what would players say about our games. So we're all here to learn how to make better games, how we can improve our process. Hopefully we come up with a solution that works every time. So there's always this question of, can we come up with a common vocabulary? Can we start having a unified procedure for making great games, the way it is in other industries? The movie industry, for example, has a way more established pipelines. The pre-production, production, post-production process has been established and been around for 20 years. The book publishing industry has its own rules to follow for writers, and it's somehow we already feel we know how to do things. In games, some companies win, some companies fail, and it's hard to analyze why. So the question is, can we come up with a universal method for designing games? And the answer is sadly no. It's been tried many times. There are different methodologies. I will talk about them today and just give you an idea of what's up there so you can research on your own time if you're interested. Yes, this is a depiction of an actual colleague of mine, who shall remain unnamed. Just to give you an idea of what's up there, before we get to the MDA method, which is the topic of today's discussion. Different developers have tried to share their practices throughout the years. Some of them are more popular. Many of you have probably heard of them. For example, here on the bottom left, this is the Bartol's taxonomy for player types. But there is a taxonomy for everything, for game mechanics, for game genres, for player types, for player personas, for design templates. The idea is that we make games, we try to come up with the idea in the first place, try to put it down, try to test it somehow and implement it. We all know that. But there's no agreed way to do this. I've personally tried to read everything I can get my hands on, try to distill it, and for my life so far, I haven't managed to find a way that works every time for me. So I decided to get a more deep dive into the MDA methodology, see what the fuzz is all about. Hopefully, you learn something from it, so I save you some time. If you're interested, you can always read up more, but just I'm here to talk about it. So let's get to it. MDA stands for Mechanics, Dynamics, Aesthetics. It's just one way to talk and think about games. It's just a perspective of how to break down things. Sorry. So technically, it's a formal approach to game design and game research. Game design, how do we plan the games, how do we conceive the game, and game research is about how we talk about games, how we analyze them. It borders on academics, which I'm not going to delve too much into today. Whoever is interested can read those things on their own. It has not been created by Creative Assembly. It has not been created by me. It's something that is out there, that has been around. It's already, how should I say, it has a lot of criticism, so you should be aware that this is not a widely accepted model at the moment, but it is still probably the most well-known method out there. So it's worth it to just check it out, see how it has developed, what it has turned to. It has been updated. Many people has tried to build up upon it and evolve it, but let's get down to fundamentals. The basic idea is that designers envision games, consumers, the players, consume those games. They have we call them artifacts, those things made by humans, and games are such an artifact, so they have a purpose and they can be consumed. And it's a different perspective. The model stresses out that there's a difference about how we see games and how the player perceives games, and we need to meet in the middle. This is what the D stands in the middle, by the way. Mechanics is something the developers, the designers, live with when they create games. It lives in their minds. It's what they do practically when implementing the game. And A, standing for aesthetics or experiences, is what the players actually get out of it. But we need to meet somewhere in between it, and this is the dynamics part. So the designer creates mechanics, implements them. On the other end, the player receives an experience, feels things, gets moved, gets to experience all sorts of different things. And dynamics is how they meet together, because mechanics are rules. Dynamics arise from those rules. We have no controls to dynamics as developers. This is the important part. We have no direct control as developers of what the players will actually feel. First of all, feelings are very subjective, and emotions we get into there, but these feelings arise from for the game playing out in real time. We have put things into the code, but we cannot predict all the interactions, especially in more complex game. We cannot fully predict player behavior. We can model it to an extent. We can try to anticipate it, but ultimately players experience games in their own way. The more complex they are, the harder those, outcomes are for us, the developers, to envision. So I'll try to illustrate this a bit and show you where the problem areas are and how they can be tackled, so we can talk about games as pastime activity. You don't need to be a professional designer. You don't need to have the job of a designer to be a designer, to think about games critically, to enjoy them, to wonder about what makes you happy when you play a game. So hopefully this will help you, find for yourself why games work for you and why you would like to recommend them to your friends, or just if you want to make them, how to make something like this or better. The MDA framework, mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics, I'll say this many times during this lecture, formalizes the consumption of games, breaking them into their distinct components. First are the rules. Without rules, there could be no game. They could be written. They don't need to be. You can just implement them if you can. But there are rules which are somehow, ingrained into the system, which determines what happens, how it happens, and the goal is to have fun at the end. Designers and developers need to work into those corresponding areas. The mechanics are connected to the rules. The dynamics is the workings of the system of the game when the different mechanics come together, interact with one another, players interact with the system. This is the area of the dynamics, and the aesthetics is hopefully making the game fun, in it actually being fun. Mechanics describe particular components of the game at the level of data representation and algorithms. So mechanics can be used in a variety of ways in our language. The structured approach defines it this way, but mechanics, you hear it used in different sense. For example, the mechanic of jumping in Super Mario games, what is it? It's some sort of action that the player can execute. It requires an input. Many mechanics require input from the player and can be described as player does some sort of input on a control device, regardless of what it is, controlling mouse and keyboard, motion sensor, so be it. And there is some sort of outcome in the game. For example, the character moves when you press the W key. This is the basic example of a mechanic. Mechanics in this sense, however, are described that mechanics is what we put into the system. They're objective. If we say a particular action in the game has certain properties, it will always have those properties. We have to go over that and only that as developers. Say the jump has this level of acceleration, it has this level of height. These are the mechanics of a game. The rules, the interactions, what the player can do, how the game reacts. Dynamics describe the runtime behavior of the mechanics acting on player input and each other's outputs over time. So once we code the mechanics and the game gets out there, when the player actually plays the game, this is where the dynamics arise. For example, we the developers cannot implement, I'll use an example, in a racing game, players trying to get ahead of one another. This is what happens when the players play with the game. We can anticipate it, we can try to create this experience, but we have no direct control of it. And it's important to realize that there is a middle ground that happens after the game is out there. So dynamics is just a synonym in this sense for gameplay, for the actual gameplay, game running in real time. Aesthetics, it mostly evokes things about appearance and beauty, because it is a discipline that tries to understand why different people, what different people consider beautiful in the world. But in this sense, aesthetics describe the desirable emotional responses evoked in the player when she or he interacts with the game system. And it flows like this. Developers incorporate rules, mechanics, then the players play the game, so it's just play dynamics, and then they're having fun or they're having an experience, which is the aesthetics part of it. We can try to aim for a particular aesthetic when creating the game. I think most of us do it this way. Some people probably can start at the mechanics and just wonder about what the player will experience afterwards, but I think most of us, when they're creating or thinking about a new game or a part of a game, they try to envision some sort of outcome, something that lives in our head, some sort of picture maybe. For me, I'm a very visual designer, so I literally have a picture, for example, of cowboys shooting one another, and I'm trying to figure out what makes it fun, what the player can control in this particular image that I have, and start to go back down, figuring out what the different dynamics are. For example, is there, stealing horses part of it, is reloading your gun part of it, and then I'll need to work out the nitty-gritty details of how do I actually implement this and what the specific rules are. So you can aim for certain aesthetics, but you can also aim for dynamics. It's really hard. I don't think it's a widely adopted approach to try to envision the dynamics themselves and describe them, but you could if you really want to, because I'll get to it and it become more clear in a second. Here's an example. What happened to this layout? I don't know. Okay, here's a mechanic dynamic aesthetic relation in practice. In Total War, we have mechanics, just single bits of actions or events that you can describe when you play the game. Like you can recruit units, you can move your armies around, you can fight battles, you can capture settlements. This is pretty much the core gameplay of all Total War games. These are the fundamental mechanics. Without it, there is no game there is no Total War. So we as designers define those things that you can see listed there, which leads to the dynamic of territorial conquest. We cannot say for certain that this will happen. This is what players playing with the game will happen when they play with our mechanics. Territorial conquest, your faction trying to take pieces of the world for their own faction. This is something we'd like to happen. It lives in our heads, but we have no control over it. If the player doesn't want to do it and just stays and passes the time, it will not happen. This is why it's emergent, and it's important to understand that different players will interact with it differently, and we need to account for that. We can aim for it, but we have no control over it. The dynamics emerge from the mechanics, from the rules of the game. Aesthetics is what happens, hopefully, when players engage in this territorial conquest. This is the fantasy of the game. For example, the fantasy of being a conqueror, being a general, some sort of power figure, or being a particularly good example is the dominated character from the Black Company books. It's a tyrant who just goes on megalomanically conquering the world and is this sense of, I've got this. So this is a fantasy Total War, all Total War has in them. Another aesthetic we aim for this dynamic of conquering lands, is just the sense of mastery that comes with it, with overcoming challenges, because it's a strategy game. You manage resources, so the player gets some sort of, feel that they've done well when they engage with this territorial conquest. There's also the aesthetic of self-expression, because there are different ways to go about conquering territories. So using your own approach, feeling good about it, is a form of self-expression. There is also the sense of progress and engagement, that because it takes time to conquer all those territories, and it's a visual feedback for you that you have done well in the game. And there's also this sensation, we can call it, of painting the map, where you could just very visually see how the map gets populated, and it's particularly pleasing to a lot of our players to see the map getting colored in your faction's colors. These are the aesthetics we aim for. Hopefully, by these situations happening in the game in the middle, which are the territorial conquest, which come out from the particular rules that designers and developers have put in the game. An even easier example from the Mario games, the mechanics are jumping, running, having collisions with different objects, with different enemies. There are platforms, there are environment that you can bump yourself instead of passing through. These are all the rules, the basic rules of the game. There are holes you can fall down to. So we as developers need to create the controls, define how the physics work. We establish the rules for the game, and we incorporate it. We tweak the parameters, we tweak the variables, we put down lines of code, we put animations, but this does not mean anything at this point. until it actually gets to be played. And the dynamic of the mechanics working together and the player interacting with them is what we call platforming. It's just the combination of all of this in motion, in real time, once the player gets to play with it. And the aesthetic of playing a particularly hard Mario level is supposedly pure joy, as you can see from the image there, or frustration, or whatever. Different designers can aim for different aesthetics in the game. It's not a problem if you want to create a hard game, if you want to incorporate despair into your game. They don't need to be all what we consider light fun, but hopefully it's a conscious choice. It could be argued that games like Dark Souls are trying to do something different. They came out in a time where games were trying to become easier and easier, and frustration as part of a learning mechanism can be very powerful in your games. The idea here is that you better be intentional about your aesthetics in the game and don't leave it to chance. For example, if you don't want players to be frustrated, don't make it frustrating, is what I'm trying to say, but anticipate that it can happen. We'll get about describing aesthetics in more detail now, because this approach, MDA approach, suggests a certain finite amount of aesthetics that we can aim for. Again, this has been criticized, expanded in many ways, but it's a good foundation. It just shows what kind of problems, what kind of aesthetics we can aim for, and you can come down with other lists and expand this as I will show afterwards. The aesthetic of sensation. What do we want the player to feel in the game? It's sort of it has to do with the senses of the player. It could be tactile senses. For example, you would like your player to experience some sort of control or motions with their hands or their entire body once we start having these suits that I'm dreaming about, but we still don't have. So sensation, if you want to offer new sensations to your players, it's either in a matter of controls, a matter of how they experience the visuals. What is your visual styles? If your visual style is particularly unique, you can aim for a particular sensation experience. For example, this recently released game Scorn has a very, very particular art style. There are very few games like this, inspired by, of course, Giger, inspired by Bezinski. It's dark, it's repulsive, but it's unique. If you want your game, your players to feel something unique visually, do it. It could be sound stimuli, it could be, again, tactile stimuli, but you can aim for a particular sensation for your players to have. Another sort of aesthetics is the fantasy. Game as make-believe. You can create a game that stresses on the player feeling like what's happening there is real and them role-playing, and it deals with immersion. If we want, we can make games that immerse the players more into their games. I'll get to it in a bit, because immersion can be used in a variety of different ways. Narrative, game as a drama. The fun part of the game could be you just not knowing what will happen next and you wanting to find out. That's it. This could be the aesthetic of your game. It could be a narrative aesthetics. It doesn't need to be any one of those. It could be a mixture of those. All games that you probably think of at the moment combine most of those aesthetics. Challenge, game as an obstacle course, games which are hard to learn, hard to master, provide, or ideally easy to learn, hard to master, would be the perfect example of challenge games. Fighting games come to mind, and all the competitive games. Fellowship, you can try to create a social experience for the players. Creating social games is actually pretty hard. It's usually multiplayer games because other players are the best source of social interactions. It could be done with strictly single-player games if the characters there are particularly well developed. Dating sim games, there are some bartending and some other games out there which deal well with this. The trick part about trying to create a social game is that for social elements to work, you would like players to work together, cooperative games maybe, but if they need to rely too much on one another to do well in the games, it can really fall apart very quickly. For example, in an MMORPG, if you don't have if players need to accomplish complex interactions between one another and they don't even know each other at the time and they do not trust their partners, it will not work out. This is something to keep in mind. Discovery, games that rely on uncharted territory, being the first one, being the first to see something for yourself, even finding out different things. Open world games are usually discovery, satisfying games. Expression, self-expression, self-discovery. sandbox games like Minecraft is probably one of the best examples, and sandbox games in general, like the Roblox, Garry's Mod, and so on. Submission is an interesting thing. Games being fun simply by virtue of being pastime or pastime. If you want your game to be engaging, you probably want to design some sort of game as a service game, some sort of grindy game, some sort of progression-based game. Some players say they like it. Some players say this, waste their time. It's up to you to decide if your game wants to be this way or not. There is no wrong or right aesthetic for your game. It can be ugly, it can be anything, but you can aim for it, for a particular experience for the players. And there are many other ways to describe experiences in games. This is, excuse me, this is the NDA suggestions for this particular list. But it can be expanded. It has been done by other developers trying to figure out. For example, some developers try to list different types of players who enjoy different activities. Treasure hunter, we can associate it with exploration. Thrill seeker, we can associate it with action and sensation. Thinker, we can associate with self-expression or with challenges depending on how hard that thing that needs to be solved. This is one way to look at how players are having fun in our games. This is a different approach. One I often mention in my lectures is the gamer motivation model by Quantic Foundry. It's a bit more thorough than what you just saw. It divides the types of fun in a game into 6 broad categories with 2 subcategories. If you're interested, see what players consider fun, what is something that is well known in the industry. These are different things you can strive for in your games. Social aspect, mastery aspect, achievement. This is just looking at that list I showed you earlier from a different perspective, slightly different taxonomy categorization. Just be aware that it's out there. And there's a similar thing for board games now, apparently. I wasn't aware. If you're interested in not video games, but board games, there's also this, breakdown of what players consider fun in board games. A bit about immersion. If you strive for immersion in your game and you wonder what that is, because it's not a very productive term because it's too broad. There is a good popular breakdown into 4 different types of immersion. I'll not get to it now because we won't have the time. Just be aware if you're interested in immersion specifically for your games, for experiences, if that term rings a bell in your head and you want more of it, there's resources out there. Just search for 4 categories for meaningful discussion of immersion in video games. It's out there. It's a very good read. You can, especially when it comes to VR games. This is a different way to look to fun in games. Just trying to evoke a particular emotion and instinct in your players. It's called 6-11 framework. It derives from research in the psychology area, and you can try. And it's described how to achieve those things in the game. So if you're interested in evoking a particular emotion, look it up. Here is an example of how aesthetics work. Say I want to picture a character fighting a dragon in my game. This is just the basic concept. I can realize it in many different ways based on what sort of aesthetics I'm aiming for. Maybe it's a sensation aesthetics. I'd like to stress out on the way a dragon is controlled. So I'd like to make some sort of a simulator trying to feel what it is like to pilot a dragon, basically. Maybe it's a fantasy game like Skyrim. What is it being a character who gets to eventually see a dragon in their journey and it's being part of their world. It could be part of a narrative experience. What happens to the dragon? There's a story there. This is from the Telltale games on Game of Thrones. Or it could be a challenge sort of game based on mastery. So there's a fighting game with dragons apparently as well. So this is a way about taking your game concept and really try to figure out what do you want the player to feel about this. What is it that makes it fun for you and that you want to share with your players about fighting dragons? Maybe you want to be the dragon. Maybe you want to be the warrior. You can think about it this way proposed by the NDA model. Mechanics. Just to keep in mind that in board games, mechanics are put into paper, and the player is the interpreter, because they need to move all the objects themselves. In video games, we need to actually code those things. And a mechanic broken down looks like this. You know, we need to put the code there. It could be any sort of interface, visual scripting, whatever, just to make this jump happen. This is what us developers have control over. Dynamics. I'll show you how things can go wrong with your mechanics or be things to be aware. I'm sorry. In Mario Kart, the dynamic is you racing other players. The mechanics are, you know, you accelerating, breaking down, using power-ups. And this is just really easy to see what a dynamic is. Just this shared space, this interaction between the different mechanics of driving a car when combined with different players in the way they play the game leads to this dynamics of players racing one another in the game. Spawn camping is an interesting example of a dynamic. It was not something we designers put into the game, but it happens. We can anticipate it, we can ignore it at our own peril. Spawn camping, for those of you who don't know, is like in a shooter game, one team spawns, the other team kills them and stays close so they can kill them right away when they spawn again before they have a chance to react. It's in many ways unintentional. In other ways, it could be a legit strategy that could be part of your game. It puts frustrations into the losing team, but it puts satisfaction into the people who are doing it. So is this something you want in your game? Is something you need to ask yourselves. What is this the aesthetic you're looking for? Frustration for some players, maybe new players, maybe spawn camping is only, you know, part of your game a bit later into the games, once players have learned to play the game at least. This is something for you to think about. This is another interesting dynamic. This is corner peeking in Destiny. It was not, I'm pretty sure it was not designed this way, but this is how the mechanics ended up being used. When you get a melee weapon in this game, which is normally a shooter, you get into a third-person perspective, which allows you actually a better view of what's going on there. Those blips out there are sniper rifles, by the way. So by using this mechanic of just switching to your third person and sword, you can safely see if there are snipers out there. And this is not a particular dynamic I think the developers wanted to have in the game, but it's how it ended up being using. So be aware that there is this disconnect between mechanics and the dynamic of mechanics being used by the players in different contexts. Bluffing is another good example of a dynamic. The poker game doesn't have a mechanic for bluffing. It has a mechanic for, you know, shuffling cards, drawing cards, announcing and stuff. But the way it works is that you could bluff with it. It's not something that it's in the game, in the rules, but it's part of the game when players get to interact with it. And whether this is something good or not, again, for the developers to try and figure out. Tuning, getting to the end of it. A good example of how to think about aesthetics, dynamics, and mechanics is that it allows us to focus on each particular part and try to improve it. For example, the way Monopoly, the board game, works is that the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. This is by nature how the game rules work. It's part of its loop. We could, looking through the lenses of the MDA approach, try to, and we can say, this is frustrating for the players who are losing. Let's try to fix that. We analyze it, we see how it works in motion, the game, and we try to make it better, according to our own understanding of what the game should be better. We can go down to the mechanics level, go back to the mechanics level, go back to the rules of the game and make changes. Maybe you incorporate some sort of catching up mechanic where it's not so, you know, snowbally. When you start losing harder. You could make changes to the mechanics that you change and alter the experience of playing the game. But would that actually be a better aesthetic for the game? It's arguable, because is Monopoly really trying to be an exercise in skill, or is more a lesson of how capitalism works? So you may want to use your games in such weird ways where it's not, a given whether you want your games to be balanced, to be competitive, to be fair, to be. You decide what it is fun, is what I'm trying to say with aesthetics. There's no hard or wrong answer. And be aware that these particular aesthetics you're aiming for will arise from the dynamics, which in turn arise from the mechanics. You need to work with the mechanics that will hopefully create a dynamic that will hopefully result in the experience you want at the end. And these are all questions that you can ask yourself and analyze in each stage. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening. This is the MDA approach. If you're interested, learn more about it online. After me, I'll pass the baton to Alex, or Q&A. Oh, great.
Any questions?
Any questions? It's a bit broader subject, so I'm aware, and it's hard to just break it down into the technical parts, but if you're interested in game design, feel free to ask me anything about game design and game development.
Yeah, I need to know the name of that Dragonflight Simulator game.
It was actually a mod for the Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Sorry, yeah. It was not out there. So, anyone interested in design?
I have a question. Do you use this approach, and how does it translate to more structure? Because you're talking mostly about the philosophical way it works, but how does it work in, let's say, what kind of software do you use to facilitate game design and stuff like that?
Good question. First of all, it has been formally used in GDC workshops throughout the years, so people there have adapted it into much more, it has been the standard for them to do it. It is not the standard in our company, and it's not the standard for me in particular. I do not have a defined methodology to work with. This is just a subject I wanted to do a deep dive in and incorporate it in my way of thinking, so that I'm aware that what are the different types of aesthetics? Am I missing something when I'm trying to picture what the different experience could be? So this helps me to learn all the things that are possible, so to speak. Like I see a map of all the things present, but I do not actually use it super formally. And I don't think that's the goal really, because it could have, if it could have worked well, it would have been adapted by now by different companies and made it a standard. It's just a way to look at things, really. Of course, you can try to make your designs listing your mechanics and trying to make designs for your dynamics. I would like these situations to happen, and you try to put it in pencil, and then you can also describe in design documents what kind of aesthetics you're aiming for. You can put down into Illustrator and say, I want this game or this part of the game to be frustrating. I want this part of the game to feel satisfying. How? And I describe it in words with pictures. This is the process if you want to go formal about it. People in the back.
So in your presentation, you had the word fun in a box, but it was in quotation marks. So I wanted to ask if you would like to elaborate on why that is.
Yeah, because fun is absolutely not a usable term in game development. We use it unconsciously, but it's bad for us because it's too broad of a term, really. And there are many. That's what I wanted to show, that there are many different ways, and people have tried to define what fun is. There are PENS model, player experiences of need satisfaction model, which is well developed by now. There are all sorts of different ways to define fun, but it is not in any way conclusive at this point. So what is fun for me is very subjective, but the goal is to try to be intentional, at least, about it. That's the major takeaway if you have to think about it. Because you don't want your game to be hard by happenstance. It's better if it's intentional.
Okay, and a second quick question. On a number of occasions, you mentioned that it's been highly criticized by some people, at the very least. Do you have an example of why? What are major reasons for it to be criticized?
Yes, and you can also read on it. It has been, just to point out, it it has been criticized a lot only because it was popular in the first place, which is already a good accomplishment. So don't feel like that I'm trying to show you something that was discarded a long time ago and no one thinks about it. Well, it has been criticized because some of the things it does sound arbitrary, like the list of aesthetics, for example. The model lists them and even says this is not a conclusive list, but there is no explanation of why they have picked those particular aesthetics, why they have broken them down into it. Further research was apparently needed, and other people have done it since then. They've tried to go the extra mile and try to, how should I say, try to make it work, try to make it a whole thing. But it's an ongoing endeavor, yeah, so. It's up to you to be aware that these things are there, so you could try and research for yourself. Maybe one of you will be the one to come up with a methodology that will work for all of us. Finally, yeah. Also, this method is not good for gamified experiences, which are loosely described as games, but are absolutely part of the discussions nowadays, as well as. Just stuff like walking simulators and like this do not work well with this particular format. It has been criticized for narrative content and, for example, how does UI gets to mesh with all of these things. So these are common subjects that are not part of the model.
I have a question. So when it comes to producing a game, or rather designing a game, one of the biggest challenges, would you say, that might seem to, how should I put it, take your inspiration for the ideas within the design, within the writing perspective, how would you balance them out if you were put in a situation where you wanted to make let's say, a narrative game, but when you want to design some more interactive elements for the player?
Okay, say for example, I don't know, games like, I don't know if you've played Fahrenheit, which are mostly a quest game, mostly a walking simulator, but when you need to make a choice, there's actually a mini game to play there. For example, there's more interactivity. And you ask me about how I would balance the needs of the narrative and the plot moving forward against...
Yes. The question is, how would you balance out from both a writing, how would you translate a writing from writing to design?
Well, again, it better be your intention to have one of those. There would be adults. There are ways to reconcile them. Many have tried. You could look into other games to try and find a working solution for you and figure out who needs to win. Every time you would like to have a few things in your game, you need to make this choice. It's a hard choice, but you need to make it. Otherwise, it would be made for you. If you don't pick one over the other, one will just end up overwhelming the other. You can measure it in many different ways in terms of how much time the player spends with one activity versus the other, how intense it is, whether you would like to have small bursts of interactivity, spaced out with a lot of narrative expositions, or the other way around. But there's no right choice. If there was, we would have solved game development by now. But the balancing is a bit overused term. You need to be aware that you first need to have an intent that you can measure whether your system is balanced towards. If you don't have an intent, you cannot say if something is balanced. Balance on its own doesn't mean anything. 0 equals 0 is perfectly balanced, but is no fun. So you need to say in your game what needs to happen, and balancing out is to measure if it does happen the way you envision it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public here or maybe online?
Last questions.
Yeah, sure. Coach.
Hi.
Hi.
If you want to bring new players in your game that they never played that kind of game before, if they, for example, never play strategy game, and you want to show them that the strategy game are fun and maybe they will be fans of them, how you make them to play this kind of game? that they don't want to play till now.
I guess what you are implying here is that strategy games naturally are more complex game and it's harder to get into, and how to make a new player excited about strategy games. It's interesting subject. We have UX designers for this. We try to devise all sorts of tutorials. We try to distill what really the fun part of a strategy game is and really get to the core of it. That's the way it should be. You strip it down to the most basic parts of what makes a strategy fun for you. Is it, I don't know, some sort of mechanic where you manage resources? There are examples, good examples of light strategy games. For example, Plants vs. Zombies is a very good distillation of the otherwise more complex genre of tower defense games, and you can just try to strip it down to the very basics. And from that point onward, it's a matter of not overwhelming the player all at once. Supposedly, it's a good thing that they get new things from the experience, that they get a new sensation. If they haven't played a strategy game, it will be an aesthetic of sensation game as a sense. They haven't experienced those kind of decisions. They haven't experienced this sort of mechanics before. And this is what you want them. It's okay that there are new things. You just don't need to overwhelm them at the start.
Thank you.
Was that the last question? Yes. Alex, take it away. Maybe you answer some of that questions afterwards about how to make strategy games more accessible.
Speaking of the UX designers you used to have to, to tackle the problem with tutorials and everything, we actually got one of those designers. This is actually by coincidence. It's not planned at all. Our next speaker, thank you so much. Our next speaker is, since we're going to have a break. All right, see you all in 10 minutes then.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Feel the rush of it, takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under.
Okay, our next speaker is currently the senior UX UI at Hypixel, working on Hytale. To those of you who don't know, Hypixel was actually owned by Riot Games. Prior to that, he was working for Creative Assembly as lead UI UX on Total War. He's delivered talks on BAFTA, DevCom, GamesIndustry.biz, but perhaps his greatest achievement to date, he won the Sofia Game Jam last weekend. Yeah. Here to talk about the differences between UI, UX, and UR from Hypixel, Alex Tokmakchiev.
I need to set a timer for myself because I don't have enough time to go through the whole talk, so I need to be very, very fast with it. All right, so 30 minutes set. I'm gonna get an alarm when I need to stop. Right, before I introduce myself, what this talk will be about. So we will cover examples of UI, UX, and UR, what their purpose is, main responsibilities that are in the three disciplines. I'm gonna get to explaining what the acronyms actually mean just in a bit. We will not cover how to learn UI, UX, or UR, how to get a job in the industry with those three, how to integrate them into your development pipeline. You can ask me questions about that, because I've designed whole pipelines on it, or how to build a team around UI, UX, and UR. Right, so, who am I? My name is Alex. I'm very happy to see all of you here on a Saturday morning. I'm currently the senior UX designer at Riot Games' Hypixel Studios. I'm an avid game jammer and also co-organizer. I help with the designs and websites and stuff like that. I also like to participate a lot. Game jams are amazing. If you want to get into the industry, go and participate into game jams. I'm also a contributor to a community we call We Can Fix It in UI. It's an online Discord community that basically gathers people who work in user interface, user experience, and user research in games, where we share knowledge and we try to help people who want to get a job in the industry as well. And I'm also an avid fan of Cowboy Bebop. I'm currently working on Hytale. So for those of you that don't know, Hytale is a blockable game which basically covers all of the aesthetics, dynamics, and mechanics that Viktor talked about in his lecture. So there's the social aspect, there's the creativity aspect, there's the exploration, discovery, everything. Prior to that, I worked at Creative Assembly Sofia, where I was leading the UI UX team, and I got a chance to work on Total War Troy, all of the subsequent DLCs, and Total War Troy Mythos, Total War Warhammer 3, and also Total War Arena, which sadly is with us no more. So, user interface, user experience, and user research. They sound very similar. There's a big difference. I know that it's confusing, but that's why I'm gonna do this talk, and hopefully by the end of it, you have a better understanding of how they actually differ and how they apply to games. So, confused already? You're not alone. Story time. I'm gonna take you back to the beginning of 2022, when the world was just starting to slowly recover from a global pandemic, and that was just before a crazy authoritarian dictator decided to uphold everything in turmoil and basically put us back into chaos. But at the beginning of 2022, we were blessed with the release of this title. Exactly, woohoo, Elden Ring. And what a title it was. 10 out of 10 across the board, must play. Everyone loved it. It was truly an achievement. But it came out, all the critics love it, players love it, but then a certain discourse starts to unravel. I go on Kotaku and I see that there's this article stating that Elden Ring's minimal UI and HUD elements have started maximum dev debates. So I'm like, okay, what the fuck is that about? What do they mean? So start reading the article and I see that certain people that have become in the numbers of thousands, both developers, players, fans of Souls-like games, have started a debate and a discussion whether actually Elden Ring's UI UX is good or not. Now, I'm not going to talk about whether Elden Ring's UI UX is good or bad, because that's very subjective, but I will use Elden Ring as an example to explain to you what is the difference between UI, UX, and UR. So what do? Well, like any sane person, after reading this, I go on the Bluebird site, which I don't know if it's still alive, it's still out there, might go away in a few days, we'll see. And I start reading the discourse, I'm interested. That's what I do. I do UI, UX. So people don't really discuss UI and UX very often. They usually do it when it doesn't work properly, or when they have some weird expectation of it, or when it's done in a very, very cool way, like in Persona 5. So I'm like, okay, let's see what they're talking about. So we have generally two groups of people in this discourse, as in most of the discourses. We have the group of people which is slamming the UI UX of Elden Ring. We have Rami Ismail, who is like, I generally have not found anything good about the UI UX of Elden Ring. We have this guy who says, I have qualms about Elden Ring's UI from an accessibility standpoint. Status icons are impossible to decipher. And this guy with this very, very thorough opinion is like, every Souls game just has garbage main UI. Just the worst. Elden Ring is terrible. And then we have the other camp, which is like, they're like, I don't get what the big deal is. The UI and UX has been the same pretty much since the very first Souls game. 4 titles later, it hasn't changed. It's minimal. It works for me. I get it. I have all of the information that I need, right? So what do? Well, like any sane person does, I decide that I'm going to enter this course because, I apparently don't have anything better to do with my life and my time. So after reading hundreds and hundreds of these on Twitter and on Reddit, I go on Twitter and I'm like, you know what? I figured it. None of you actually knows the difference between UI and UX, And that applies both to developers and to players. And that's the truth. We're going to see why it is right now. Apparently that also, started some discussions and some hot takes, but I absolutely vehemently stand behind this statement. The majority of people do not understand the difference between user interface and user experience. And it's not their fault. I mean, there's a lot of confusion inside the industry as well between the two terms. There are a lot of studios and a lot of developers that use them interchangeably, or expect that they're kind of like the same thing, or mix them together and think that UX is all about UI, which is not. But we're going to try and untangle this thread of complicated terms. So let's look at the biggest critiques towards Elden Ring's supposed UI UX problems. And as I stated, I'm not gonna tell you if they're actually problems or not. We're just gonna investigate. So the first thing that we're gonna look at is, wow. Thank you very much for attending my talk. All right, so let me quickly go back. There's gonna be a lot of spoilers. Okay, let's see. Come on. No? Okay, what about like that? Okay, this works. So, the first critique was, well, one of the most frequently mentioned ones was towards Elden Ring's map. And, I mean, this is the map screen in Elden Ring. And looking at it, I'm not gonna blame you for wondering, okay, what's wrong with it? I mean, it's a beautiful map. It has an amazing illustrative style. It has visible markers on it. You can place markers. You can, they call it beacons, so you can place beacons. So that it's actually, more than just orienting yourself, but you can pinpoint and use that for navigation. So there's visually no problem with that, which means that the user interface of the map is actually good. It achieves its intended goal. However, the problem that a lot of people are mentioning is that you open the map with, come on. Okay, I'm gonna do this. You open the map with one button on the controller and you close it with another. And this is true for every platform, because Elden Ring is cross-platform. So on Xbox, you use the See More window button to open it. You press B to close it. On PlayStation 5, you use the touchpad to open it. Thank you very much. you use B to close it. Why is that irritating people? Well, because this is an action that you do quite a lot in Elden Ring. I mean, your map is one of the best ways you can do to orient yourself. And you notice how the two buttons are positioned in like diametrically opposing each other, right? So if you want to quickly open and just check something and quickly close it, you can't really do that because that's not how thumbs work properly. So that was very irritating to people. But the thing is that this is not a failing of the user interface. This is a failing of the user experience because it's the user experience designer's job to figure out, you know, the controller inputs and the informational structure. Yeah, okay, thank you. Ah, it started working, by the way. Yeah, just kind of click, or not. Okay, perfect. It works somehow, fixed itself. So, you know, this is a failing of the UX. It's not a failing of the UI. However, people were using that to state that the UI of Elden Ring is not good. Next, we have the status icons. So, at first hand, it's like the status icons. The icons in Elden Ring, most of them are very well drawn, beautiful, incredibly detailed. But it's not about the UI art here. It's about what it actually represents. So one of the problems that people have is that they have no way to tell what those icons actually mean. So their player experience is hindered. And we have 40 plus buff and debuff icons, which can appear at any point in Elden Ring, triggered by either events, items that you use, whatever. And some of the icons, you know, you can extrapolate the meaning of them. You have a sword, obviously that must mean that, you know, it impacts in a way your weapon damage, for example. You have kind of like a scroll, so that must be related to power. But the thing is that nowhere in the game do you actually see those explanations. This is from a wiki. So you have to go out of the game, you have to find the wiki, and that's, you know, breaking, this is where you break the immersion in the player experience already, unless that's intended. And with Miyazaki, I kind of suspect that it might be, in order to figure out what is actually happening to you right now. And then you have some other icons. So you have like 4 red squares, which are in different containers and with different arrows, and good luck telling what does it mean of a red square in a rhombus against a red square in a square, you know? Go figure that out. And then you even have some that you just can't decipher. It's like, temporarily restores HP with successive attacks. Good luck figuring that out here. So, again, not a failing of the user interface, a failing of the UX. Why is it a failing of the UX? Because no one thought about, that's the first possibility. I haven't worked on Elden Ring, so I don't know. So either no one thought about implementing a system that actually allows you to see what the icons means, whether that is in a menu or whether you can actually focus the icons on the HUD themselves, or they didn't want to. If they didn't want to, then it's an intended player experience to obfuscate information. But again, this means that it's not about the UI, it's about the user experience. So, why am I not certain if it's the second? Why am I certain? Not certain, but I think it's more of the second. Because in Elden Ring, there is actually a system where you can hover on elements and you can see explanations for them. So if you go in the interface menus, wherever, at any point you can pull up this model from which you can click or select explanation and menu explanation. And that allows you to go over the different line items in the menu and actually see tooltips with what's in there. So this exists as a system, but it's just not applied to icons, to the status icons. Right. Moving on. The HUD, another very hot topic with Elden Ring. So this is Elden Ring HUD. It's nothing too special, right? You have standard stuff. You have your player vitals up top. You have the enemy vitals below. You have your current items in here, and you can switch them. And you have this little element here. It's actually quite clear, quite simple. So there's 2 things about HUDs. The visual elements that you see here, that is UI. I mean, UI designers said, okay, we're going to represent the health bar as a bar. If you get hit, we're going to remove sections of that bar, right? But it's the UX designer's job to figure out whether all of those elements actually do their job of communicating their states to the players. And the thing is that some players were like, you know what, you're all criticizing Elden Ring's UI UX so much, but at least it doesn't look like that. And this is kind of like, I mean, this is basically a meme that happens where people are like, you know, Ubisoft games, they're full of UI. And I mean, that's, the thing is, it's kind of fun, I get it. I mean, I laughed at the meme. But the difference is that every Ubisoft game in the past 6 years has allowed you to turn on and off every single element on that HUD. Whereas Elden Ring doesn't do that. And why? Because again, user experience. The thing is, giving your players the chance to customize their experience however they want. Maybe they want to strip down everything and they want to have a very pure hardcore experience where I'm gonna orient myself. I'm not even gonna look at the map. I'm gonna take a pen and paper and I'm gonna write down all of these things myself. Or I don't have the time for that. I have 3 kids. I really want to play this game. Give me objective markers, you know. So whether you decide to do that and how you represent all of that information, again, that's the UX part of it. The UI part of it is just making sure every single element is actually readable and it looks good and it mixes in. Cool. Where does, one more thing before, I don't have my flow, so you see how this happens. So user experience, one of the main takeaways so far is that it does not equal user interface. It's actually about a lot more. So let's take another example from Elden Ring. So when Elden Ring released, another problem was that at the beginning of the game, you come at, this is kind of like the intro stage. So this is what you see. And you have 2 pathways here. One of them, very obvious, you know, staircase, blisked in golden light, obviously leading somewhere important. The other one is this little thing here, which is actually a hole in which you can drop down. So, can anyone guess where the tutorial area starts? Okay, guessed correctly, one of you. The thing is that a lot of players actually missed that. So they didn't know, here we have one example, they didn't know that if they jump into this hole, this is where you start the tutorial. And everyone was like, yep, staircases, this is the way. They're gonna fuck with me here, I'm not going down here. So, the human players were like, but no, look, we have, come on. Okay. But there's a message, you know, players have left messages here. There's a global message telling you to cave of knowledge lies below. And then there's this NPC that says take a bunch of learning. But the thing is, Elden Ring works in such a way that you don't just see this message, you also see like a dozen other messages left by other players, and you don't know if they're trolling you. So you're not sure whether you should trust this message. And here's the deal, like one person at working on Elden Ring thought, okay, I'm gonna give them directions. I don't wanna miss them in the tutorial. But then they didn't test that, and that's where user research comes. They didn't test in real conditions to see that, you know what, actually, when others start leaving troll messages, and you know the one that I'm speaking of, I'm not gonna say it here, people are gonna get suspicious towards this, and they're not gonna go there. And they could actually, even if they don't read the messages, they can see, you know, people are just walking straight there. But apparently none of that happened, so we ended up with a lot of players just missing it. And by them missing it means that we had experiences where people were coming like 30 hours in the game, they're going back and they're like, oh my god, this is a tutorial area, you know, which is just gorgeous. And if you jump down here, a couple of screenshots, boom, you jump down, you get a tutorial. Now, and the tutorials cover some of the most important mechanics in Elden Ring. So if you miss them, good luck on figuring out stuff by yourself. This includes like what sites of grace are, and you know, how to do guard counters. By the way, text prompt tutorials, the most inefficient way to do a tutorial. Do not do it. People do not read. It has been tested times and times again. I have tested it myself. People, most of them, the majority, will either skip this, like they just won't read it, or they will read it, 10 seconds later, they will have forgotten what they've read. Especially if you serve them 3 or 4 consecutive of these, like Elden Ring does. So, it got so bad, people started complaining, we can't find tutorial areas, they're giving reasons why they can't find the tutorial areas, and it got so bad that they actually patched this. So right now, if you play Elden Ring, and if you start the game, you get you 100% get this prompt, and you have to interact in order to skip it. It's to learn that if you jump down the hole ahead, you will find the Cave of Knowledge, but there is additional explanation, and there you can learn more about the game controls and basic actions. Right, so had they done proper user research before that, and what does proper user research mean? We're going to learn in a second. They would have known that this was a problem, and they could have implemented a fix for it before they released the game. So, however, wait.
Use a side hop to avoid.
I want to show you another video. Like, Elden Ring is not the only game that's fault at doing player onboarding like that. So we're gonna take this 1 minute and 30 video clip from Negorix. No. Come on. From the Negorix streamer.
Use a side hop to avoid enemy attacks. This will create an opening that you can use. What's a Was I supposed to find this at the start of the game? Was this? Oh my god. This is the tutorial. I've done 3 out of the 4 divine beasts, and this is the tutorial. All right, target the enemy, go side to side, and jump with an X. All right, hold on. Target enemy. Are you kidding me? Does this thing just want me to just practice a jump? It doesn't want me to do anything else? Just really wants to make sure I'm jumping? I'm sorry, what now? Do a backflip? You can backflip in this game? Parry at the right time. I didn't know you can charge attacks. Crucial. Calling these skills crucial.
Right. I wanted to use this video in a lecture for so long. It's like when people ask me, what do you do in games? I say, I try not to let this happen. So, yeah. Let's now go and dive a little bit more into the user research, user interface, and user experience of things now that we had some examples. So user research, okay, how do you test and how do you figure out that you have problems in your game? Well, first let's look at the purpose. The purpose of user research, what it is. Number 1, it's about testing your assumptions. You have an assumption, you've implemented a tutorial, you have an assumption that people will find that tutorial. Test it, see if that's true, validate it. Number 2, uncovering problems in the design. So assumptions, quite often, if not validated, lead to problems. Number 3, discover areas for improvement. How can I, make things better for my players and work in the intended player experience? And number 4, learn about the players' behavior. There is nothing better than putting actual people behind the controller or the keyboard or the screen, whatever, and seeing them how they interact with your game. Trust me, 9 out of 10 times designers want to just, start ripping their hair off when they see players actually playing their game, because you cannot predict their behavior. You can only assume what it will be. And what are different methods of doing user research? We have 2 of them. One is called qualitative, another is called quantitative. So the qualitative method aims to answer the questions why and how. This is about player behavior. So why do players do something and how do they do it? And the quantitative is what and who. What are players doing and who are the players that are doing it? What's the big difference? So the first one, you try to identify issues before you release your game, ideally. Or if you're a live service games, you can do them at any time. Find solutions to them and understand behavior. In the example of Elden Ring, this would have been identifying the issue with the lack of the tutorial area and the fact that people don't understand what status icons are. What can we do about it? And how do people react to those? In the quantitative method, it's all about measuring to inform. So the idea is that quantitative you can do in a lot of different ways. You can do surveys, you can do A/B testing, you can do data analytics. Your end goal is to gather a lot of data from, well, the more people, the better. Statistically, at least 100 people should be included in a quantitative research. And then use that data to figure out particular trends that are emerging, or to see if certain demographics that play your game might have different behaviors. Whereas qualitative is a lot about testing with players, observing them while you test them. So seeing how they actually would react, and then doing interviews with them in order to extract more information. Now, pros and cons of both. Qualitative is great because you actually see how people play. It's not great because every person's experience is subjective and it's applicable to them specifically. So you cannot extrapolate larger findings based on that. Like, you can't make a statement that just because one person didn't discover the tutorial area, 20% of our players are not going to do that. Whereas quantitative data can be, well, it can lead you astray. Just because you have a 5% very loud part of the community that's complaining on Reddit that the economy balance of your game is not working as intended and it's breaking the meta, does not mean that the rest of the 95% are not enjoying the current meta. So when you have data, it's about also putting it towards proper pillars that you can see and validate if the data can be trusted. And this is kind of like what a user research lab looks like. So we're going to have people who are inside doing the one interviewing and one person who is testing, and then you're going to have an observer that's going to document all of it. And usually when we perform user tests, we record everything from eye movement, hand movement, to the emotional behavior of a person, so that we have more data points to work on. Right, moving on. User interface. Do I have time? I have 4 more minutes towards QA, or 4 more minutes with QA? To QA. Amazing. We're gonna sonic through this. So user interface. What is the purpose of the user interface? Number 1, communicate with and inform your players. Number 2, enable players to interact with the game, because that's what that's what UI is. You have buttons, you press the buttons, it doesn't. You make an action, there isn't feedback behind that. And immerse and visually stimulate. And let's go through some examples. So, UI, Apex Legends. You have a lot of UI in here. You have a map. You have that's giving information about your position. You have your teammates' current status. You have what weapon you're using and all that. There's a lot of information going on here. So that's achieving it. Then, no, I want to move to the next slide. There we go. Interaction. This is Weird West. Sorry. This is Weird West, and the UI here allows you to browse your inventory, check information for it, and equip items to your characters. Number 3, we have aesthetics and stimuli. Persona 5, my favorite UI of all time, even though UX-wise, it breaks all of the rules, and it's very hard to obtain some information in the menus. It's beautiful. So this is how you can use user interface in order to immerse your players in the game and make a coherent aesthetic with the overall aesthetics of your title. Moving on. What are the responsibilities of people who do user interface design? So they do vector design, high fidelity screen design, high fidelity assets like icons, patterns, textures, etc. They might be asked to do in-engine user interface layout implementation, animation and visual effects in some way or another, typography, some of the tools used by them. Moving on. You're going to see there's a lot of overlap between the different departments, but I have a graph for that as well. User experience. What's the purpose of user experience? Number 1, deliver a fun, and you'll notice here that I've actually struck through, and coherent experience. Why have I struck through fun? Because, as Viktor said in the previous presentation, fun is incredibly subjective, and also, you may not want your game to be fun. I don't think that Elden Ring wants you to have fun. It wants to torture you, punish you, and put you toward a big challenge that when you overcome it, you can be like, I'm better than this. Helping players understand the mechanics and ensuring the game is accessible. So, onboarding part. Ensuring the game is accessible means that everyone deserves to be able to play, regardless of whether they have a temporary or a permanent disability. And whether they're a very hardcore gamer or not, everyone should be able to play games and enjoy games because games are amazing. So, as we saw, UX though is not only user interface. We have a lot more working points in this. So UX also deals with visual feedback, and this can be the visual effects that you have in the game. This can be the environment, you know, whether you've placed something in a way that actually the player will see it. Yes, the level designers will place it in an environment, but UX is supposed to identify whether players actually notice it and they realize that that's a thing that they can do and go. We have input methods, again, part of the UX. We saw that with the controller. I mean, whether you use one button to open and close a map, or use one button to open and another button to close, you need to test that. Teaching the players how to play, what the system do. Copywriting, text, incredibly important. This is my 30 minutes. I am gonna take 5 more minutes from the QA time. And audio feedback. We're gonna see some examples. So this is basically a coherent experience and also something that UX does. So in Apex Legends, you have the ping system. So why is this both? It's also an accessibility thing. Why is this amazing? Because you don't have to use voice-over communication or text chat to communicate with people that you don't like, but you still want to enjoy the game. So what you can do is you can use the ping system to notify your teammates whether someone's been here, where you're going, whether there's a loot box, etc., etc. And this goes towards building a player experience that says, okay, you can play the game the way you want. If you don't have a mic or you don't want to use a mic and headphones, that's all right. We will accommodate you. Tutorials teaching the player. I'm gonna play this 1 minute and 30 seconds video. It's very good. It's from Half-Life 2.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman.
Yeah.
Rise and
So I'm gonna skip because it didn't take my mark.
I thought so much of D17 my home.
So.
And so, whether you are here to stay or...
So Half-Life 2 did 18 years ago something that games nowadays don't even do properly, and that is teaching the players the main systems and mechanics of the game. And we're gonna see that just in a bit.
Rise and shine.
So thoughtfully provided by our benefit.
Were you the
One of my
only
favorite
ones on the
interactions.
train?
To call City 17 my home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your way...
It's somewhere around here, right? The pick up the can one.
To City 17. It's safer here.
Where is the pick up? Is it coming? Okay, right. No, that's not it. I need to fast forward. It's further down. Ah, there it is, there it is. So, in Half-Life 2, you have this particular moment.
Let me read a letter.
Okay.
Here we go.
So what do we have here? We have a way to teach the player that they can interact with objects, and most importantly, they can throw objects, because, you know, and it's done in a very immersive way, because you don't get a text model over it. It's not saying, okay, this is what you press in order to throw objects, and this is the effects that it might have. It allows you to take an object, to throw it. And here you have absolute freedom to decide what to do with the can. You can follow the Combines' instructions and throw the can in the trash can, in which case they will move and you can continue forward, or you can throw it at them and see what happens. And this is also another teachable element in Half-Life, because it tells you that interacting with objects and doing interaction with an object and an NPC might result in actions which may be detrimental to your health. So in the span of 30 seconds, they've introduced some of the core mechanics of Half-Life 2, because it's a very physics-based game. Okay, moving on. This is very... And the last one that I want to talk about is accessibility. Yes. So this is from The Last of Us Part 2, which is notably named the most accessible game ever. So why is accessible? What do I mean by that? The thing is that it's one of the few games that actually 100% blind people can play. How do they achieve that? In a myriad of ways, by implementing a lot of cool proximity audio, audio features, as well as text-to-speech mechanics and stuff like that. They also have for low vision, for people who suffer from very, very blurry vision and reduced vision. They have a high contrast display, which basically puts the game in this mode, and you're like, okay, I see where's the enemy, I see myself. Incredibly important. However, it's not only people who have issues use those. The survey after Last of Us Part 2 came out turned out that more than 80% of the players used at least one of the accessibility features, which goes to prove that accessibility is inclusivity. It's not only if you need it. Like if you give people accessibility options, like if I have no problem with vision, but if you don't give me a way to upscale my text size in a console game when my TV is 4 meters away from me in my living room, I'm gonna hate you for it. Like I don't wanna squint my eyes to read that text. And responsibilities, we've already gone through all of this. I'm not gonna cover it. This is roles, so you can see the different responsibilities that fall into these 3 departments, and you can see how amazing our industry is at defining who should do what. It's not. It's not a great example. I can talk this more about in a QA or after my lecture, doesn't matter. If you want to learn more about UI and UX, I invite you to go to wecanfixitinui.com, where we've compiled thousands of free resources about user interface, user experience, which include talks, books, lectures, advice on how to get into the industry, understanding UI roles, making your CV, applying to jobs, what types of tests you can get, etc., etc. We also do an yearly salary survey where we publish the results so that you can get some transparency how people are paid in the different parts of the world. And we're currently hiring hypixelstudios.com. I need to make this shout out. We have over 40 positions currently open, some of which are in my team and about UI artists and user experience designers, some of which are in other departments. We're fully remote. If you want to talk about any of these, come to me later. And Q&A, yay! I need some water.
Questions, someone.
I'm here all day, so you can also ask me afterwards.
Hello.
Hey.
So follow up on the beginning of the lecture when you talked about UI and UX in Elden Ring, right?
Yeah.
I was left with the impression that UI and UX are whole separate beasts. However, I turn out to think that your example was this is good UI but bad UX. Is good UI prerequisite for good UX, or are there any examples with sloppy UI but that provides a very, very good UX?
Yes.
It's
RimWorld.
Yeah. RimWorld, so bad UI, good UX. Yeah.
I mean, it's a very rudimentary UI, so it fails to achieve, it doesn't immerse, it's not aesthetically as pleasing as it can be. I mean, the whole game is visually, don't get me wrong, I love RimWorld. RimWorld is amazing. But the thing is that you have a lot of examples where some might go with too minimalist of a UI, for example, just because, for example, it's easier or it was too late in development, but it can have great UX, and it's vice versa. For example, Battlefield 2042 says UI is beautiful, but some players had trouble in the settings menu to figure out whether a toggle is set to on or off because of the way it's presented. So they're intertwined, but one is not a prerequisite for the other. Now, a good UI designer might set up their UX for success by establishing a proper design system that is UX checked first. So if you design your toggle element that says on or off, and it's actually, it's easier to figure that out. Maybe you replicate something that's, hundreds of millions of people using operational systems like iOS, so, like the small circular toggle. It means that probably 99% of the cases, people will not have problem with that UX-wise. So UX-wise, you're not even going to test that because it's a standard practice. It's a best practice. It's already been tested by other people, and it's proven that it works. But if you want to go crazy with UI, like Persona did, and you want to make it very weird, then you absolutely need to test it to ensure that, sure, it looks great, but it also behaves good.
I wanted to ask a question about Troy.
Okay.
Being a game with so much information that needs to be related to the player. Can you give us an example of a major challenge that you overcame in your work on Troy?
Yeah, so at one point, when we were doing player tests, our players didn't realize that it's a turn-based game and they couldn't end their turn, which is a big problem in a game that's a turn-based game, not to realize that it's in turns. And we had one tester who spent 40 minutes on turn 1 going through every single other menu in the game and doing what they could in the turn before our user researcher had to intervene and say, you actually need to end your turn. And at that point, I have the video of that, I have it saved. And at that point, they were like, what do you mean end the turn? So that was a challenge. And that challenge arose from one very simple thing. Our end turn button had an icon, which was an hourglass. So it was a beautiful icon. And your assumption would be, if you've played Heroes 3, you know, hourglass means end turn. And that's what we went for. So we expected everyone to know that. But then our player cohort with which we were testing were new to Total War players. So we specifically wanted to see how players who had never played Total War and had never played other grand strategy turn-based games would fare in our game. And what happened is that, well, they didn't. So the solution to that was we changed the icon, because an hourglass to them did not represent ending a turn. It meant that something was in progress or is waiting. Because if you think about it, on Windows and on every other operational system for more than 2 decades now, you've been taught that whenever the cursor changes to an hourglass, it means that something is currently happening, it's loading, is in process. So you don't associate that visual symbol with the action of ending a turn. So the solution to that was very simple. We removed the hourglass icon and we switched it to a right-pointing arrow, which everyone is accustomed with because, well, you've all used Netflix or Spotify or any other music player or video player, and you know the arrow with the little rectangle means next. So that solved the issue. But that is one example of that, basically, in Troy. That was probably one of the biggest challenges, UX-wise. Yeah, it's fun, I know. I have a whole lecture written about this, like 8,000 words, and why player testing is important. You can check it out.
Any questions from the audience? No. Okay, we have 2 questions from YouTube.
Oh my God.
Yeah, answer them briefly, please.
I'll try my best.
Okay, first one. Persona 5 breaks all UX principles, as you said, to accommodate for design choices. Why can't Elden Ring seem the same way? Maybe that's the way the developer intended us to play? Question mark?
As I said, I do believe that some of the choices made in Elden Ring's user interface and UX are intentional. Like, I do believe that they were like, we're not going to explain to people what the status icons are. Otherwise, they can't do the punchline with the hugging and you having a debuff that you don't realize you actually have. But the thing is that the difference here is that in one case, you frustrate players because of lack of information and inaccessibility, which if it's intended, all right, but you need to understand that you're going to have that frustration. You need to be fine with it. In the other case, in the case of Persona, your aesthetic and visuals are so overwhelming that people don't even have time to think that they can be frustrated or irritated by it. So you increase the dial on one thing to the max, and you basically, lower the importance of everything else. So they kind of obfuscate it. You don't really think, because you open the map and you get the, when you're at the gun ammo shop, you get the cool transitions animations, the gun moves around, and you have the seller who's just sitting really cool, smoking a cigarette, and like, this is cool, You don't care about that it's a, you don't even see an icon of the weapon, and you can't tell the weapons if you don't read the labels on them,
Okay, the next question. How much how much more expensive would it be for an NPC interaction or a dialogue for a tutorial rather than just showing text to players? Which is more expensive?
Very good question. So the thing is that it's rarely about the cost. It's about when you decide to do a tutorial in the development process. So I'm going to give an example. Dishonored, amazing game, beautiful immersive sim, beautiful player feeling. However, it wasn't until 2 or 3 months before they released that they figured that we actually need to tell our players how to play the game, which is when they implemented the tutorial. And at that point, your system is so complex and there's so many cogs working that you're most likely not going to be able to design a tutorial which is intertwined in your narrative, in your level progression. So what do you do in this case? You put the text, you put the text prompts, number 1, or something that's done also, you make a separate level and you put players there. So what Dishonored 2 did is they did both of these things. So they had a separate level, but because they had even less time, the separate level is filled with text prompts. So it's all about, if you plan for your tutorial from the beginning of the game, during pre-production or early production, and you're like, okay, we're going to have these very complex systems, or even if they're not that complex, we still need to explain them. How do we make it in a way that it's actually understandable, and you can intertwine them in your overall dynamic, and you can test as early as possible? That's how you end up with Half-Life stuff. Go.
Yeah, on the previous question, don't you think that one of the good options would be to provide players with optionality? So in the case of Elden Ring, to have the options to see the tooltips, and in the case of Persona, to have a strange, weird UI and a more classic UI.
Absolutely, 100%. Like, the best player experience for me is not the one that you intentionally craft for the player, and you're like, if they manage to experience that, that's great, we've done our job. No, the best player experience is the one that you allow the players to create for themselves. Give them the tools to decide whether they want all of those UI elements in their HUD or not, and allow them to craft the experience that they want to have with this game. Because there is no single solution for all of your players, especially if you're working on a game. Even if you have like 60 players, I guarantee you, all 60 of them will approach the game in a different way, and they'll have a different feeling, and they will have different needs and wants. So giving them as many possibilities as possible, like, you know, in The Last of Us, like in Ubisoft games, Ubisoft's accessibility team is doing amazing jobs. Like in recent Sony titles, God of War, Ragnarok, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Horizon, you know, there's so much customization available that, like, some players won't use it, but those that do, will thank you for it so much.
I'll invoke my host privilege since my mic is working. I got one question. What about Grim Fandango?
Go play Grim Fandango.
Everybody, let's thank Alex Tokmakchiev for the amazing lecture. We're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
All right. Okay, we got sound. I'm sure a lot of you already know our next speaker he's becoming kind of a regular on this stage. He's got many years of experience working for Crytek Black Sea and Heavy Mount Games. He's here to talk a little bit about NFTs, past, present, and future. CEO of Kipi Entertainment, Viktor Ketipov. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So, first off, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to talk about one of the most controversial topics in video games in the last year, NFTs. Hi, I am Viktor Ketipov. I have been in the industry for more than 10 years. I'm currently CEO of Kipi Interactive, and I want to make a disclaimer that we're currently working on CryoWar, which is a real-time multiplayer arena brawler that uses NFTs in the game. And why this is important, we're going to find out in a minute. But before I start, I want to get a feel of the audience. So, who of you have heard about cryptocurrencies other than the most popular ones, Bitcoin and Ethereum? So, who of you among the audience have heard about, let's say, Solana? Dogecoin. What about Dogecoin? Okay, so you do have an idea about all the different cryptocurrencies that you can see right now on different exchanges. Okay, I'm going to go briefly through what blockchain is, because it's important to know what blockchain is in order to understand NFTs. So blockchain, the definition is a digital ledger of transactions that is duplicated and distributed to a huge network of computers. So it's called blockchain because similar to databases, it stores information, but unlike databases, data is structured in blocks that have a timestamp, meaning that you know when information has been stored, and also are linked and secured by cryptography. I'm not going to get into more details about that because it's very technical, but it's important to know that. So blockchain is immutable, meaning that changes cannot be made. Only new blocks can be added. So if something is recorded in the blockchain, it stays there forever. It's secure. It's anonymous, meaning that participants in blockchain usually are wallets. They're not connected to a specific ID. And they're unanimous in most cases, meaning that in order for some information to be added to the blockchain, there has to be unanimous decision. And this is part of the security of it. So a very important thing to know about blockchains is because of the way it's structured, it's slower than a traditional database, and it's more expensive than a traditional database. This means that it's not something that can just replace databases that we've used before in games. One important aspect of blockchain is that it's programmable, and you can write smart contracts on it. The majority of blockchains are open, meaning that anyone can participate in it. Anyone can read what has happened and what is recorded on the blockchain. And this is really important for smart contracts because it makes certain programs open source. Smart contracts are interesting because they run on predefined conditions, and you know what these conditions are. They are written in the blockchain and anyone can see them. Of course, they require technical knowledge to look through them, but they execute without the command of anyone. It's very important to know that even though they have contract in them, they're not legally binding in any way. An example for a smart contract is, let's say me or a wallet that I have has a smart contract with a wallet that is controlled, for example, by my colleague Ivan. And I can write a smart contract that on predefined condition, let's say every day, I give Ivan, let's say 10 tokens of a certain currency. That it's no way legally binding, And if some of the conditions are not met, for example, I don't have that many tokens in my wallet, then that just can't happen. Now, let's talk about NFTs. NFTs are stored on the blockchain, and NFT stands for non-fungible tokens, meaning that they're unique and they cannot be replaced in any way. As a contrast, fungible tokens are tokens that are replaceable. If I have, let's say, 2 Satoshis in one hand and 2 Satoshis in other hand, and these hands could represent, for example, wallets, if I change them, then they're going to be exactly the same. So the value of them and all the information about them is exactly the same. Whereas this cannot happen in NFTs. You can create several NFTs that even can have the exact same metadata, and they can look like they are the same, but NFTs, they have a unique identity, they have unique ID, and you can always tell them apart. They're standardized, so we know how to create them, and every NFT has to follow these standards. They're stored on the blockchain, and they have metadata about them that often points out outside the blockchain. This is really, really important. On the right side, you can see 2 of the most valuable NFTs, and by valuable, I mean that are sold for the most amount of cryptocurrency, Bored Apes and CryptoPunks. And it's important to know even they don't use the blockchain for storing the information about the picture. So the most popular NFTs right now are NFTs that contain some kind of art. Whether that is a good art or a bad art, it's up for debate, but this is the most popular variety of NFTs. So for example, in a Bored Ape, you have metadata that describes that NFT. They have a unique ID, meaning that each and every one is unique and it can be checked, and metadata that usually describes certain characteristics of that particular ape, whether it has a hat, laser eyes, whether the background is in a certain color, and so on. It's important to know that storing data in blockchain is expensive, and that's the primary reason why NFTs like Bored Apes are stored outside of the blockchain. A good question you have to ask yourself is, what happens to that information? Who has control over the storage? So, for example, a lot of art NFTs are stored in another distributed network called IPFS, but some of the NFTs are stored in like traditional storages like AWS. And whether at some point this NFT is going to point to an actual image or not, I mean, you don't have any guarantee for it. Also, as of this moment, NFTs give you just the ownership of that particular NFT, meaning that you don't legally own the art of it. So it's a certificate of ownership. You can transfer it because it's on the blockchain, so you can transfer it to anyone you want. It's programmable, which is one of the qualities that it's being praised for. Because if you make an NFT and you can attach a smart contract to it, which every time it's resold, the original creator can have a revenue share of that. Now, let's get into the interesting part. So, what about NFT in games? You can think of NFT in games as a protocol for transferring data in and out of the game. And usually they're most useful for ownership of certain items. NFTs technology is really young, so there are different theories how this is going to play out. I have, and this is, I want to stress out, this is my opinion, NFTs are not suited for every game. So you need to have a game where certain items are really valuable and people would want to move them around either outside of their game or try to sell them. So for example, a narrative-based single-player game might not be a good fit for it. So like every new technology, NFTs will find, or probably will find, we'll see about that, their way into games, but they're not going to fit everywhere. Now, what about the past? And as a new technology, this means last year. NFT ownership as a core mechanic. So CryptoKitties was really, and still is, an interesting project where entirely on the blockchain you breed kitties. They have different properties like color and different properties visually. And the game itself is kind of a sandbox game. It doesn't have a win and lose condition, and people find what they find it, how they find it interesting. So for example, for some people it's about trying to breed the cat that they already have, or try to breed a specific type of cat. For some people, it's about collecting as many cats as possible, and for some people, it's about breeding a lot of cats and selling them on the market. Another, and probably the biggest one in the crypto space, Axie Infinity, which have similar mechanics where Axie Infinity is a game inspired by Pokemon, where you breed different types of Axies and you fight with them. The NFTs there are the actual Axies, so you do have game mechanics in there. So you do breed Axies in order to fight with them, to breed new Axies, to become a champion, or to sell them and earn money from this. One of the interesting things about Axie Infinity is that some people in the world starting doing that entirely for the money, and that's how the play to earn started out. So at some point it was more profitable for some people to play Axie and sell Axies on the market than doing a regular job. Now with the collapse of the cryptocurrency market, that has become unprofitable, and right now it's on the decline. The Sandbox is an interesting game because it's a sandbox game, voxel type of game where you have different experiences. It's kind of a metaverse, the most overused word in the last year. A game where you have different experiences. You can create experiences, and NFTs there are actual plots of lands or different items in these lands. And what players can do is they can get a land, they can create something in that land, like a specific experience. And because it's on the blockchain, then later on can, for example, charge someone for that experience, similar to what you see in Roblox. But then also they can sell the whole experience to someone else. Now, what about the present? So right now the trend in crypto and NFT games is NFT ownership as additional game mechanic. So you have a game with, let's say, AAA quality like Off the Grid, which is a battle royale type of a game, where NFTs are additional items, usually visuals, that are can be embedded into the game, but it works with the whole game. Meaning that the NFT is not needed in order to play the game. So it's a kind of a mix between free-to-play and NFTs. Because the previous games that I've mentioned usually require you to buy an NFT, and that could be expensive. Another example is Ni no Kuni Cross Worlds, which actually still don't have NFTs, but it's like they said that Q4 this year they're going to add them. They have play to earn mechanics to earn one of their cryptocurrencies in the game and buy certain elements with it. And the third one is the game that we're working on, called CryoWar, which is a real-time multiplayer arena brawler, really competitive game where you can't buy any sort of power-up or stuff like this, so everything you can buy is actually visuals. And buying visuals is something that you can have as NFTs, because no matter how valuable or invaluable people think that the NFTs are, NFTs don't, in that way, NFTs don't break the game. So no matter what kind of NFTs are, if they don't interfere with the gameplay, you can have them with or without them. And what about the future? Well, if someone tells you right now that they know what the future of NFT games are, they're lying. Nobody knows. So players will decide. There are two really opposing sides right now for people thinking that NFT games are absolutely the future and there's no way that we'll live in the future without NFTs, and people saying that they are cancer and they should be abolished. And we'll see how this will turn out. What I see in the future is bigger on-chain games. On-chain games are games that usually don't have any or have very small visual representation and live on the blockchain primarily. The good thing about this is that they have inherited history, because everything that happens on the blockchain is stored, and you can see what happens in the future. So a narrative type of game would be really interesting in that scenario, because you have all the history and everything that's led up to this situation. Protocols for transferable NFTs. Right now, you can take an NFT from one game because it's on the blockchain, and another game, because it's a protocol, can see that you own that particular game. But we don't have a protocol of how to use them. And it's up to game A and game B to work together to figure out how these two NFTs are going to work together. What I see in the future is protocols created for huge worlds that would work with common NFTs, or a way to transfer NFTs from one game to another. And no tradable NFTs. And this would be really great for example, achievements. Because currently, if you give a player an NFT for an achievement, they can sell it. So it kind of, it's not that useful. But non-transferable NFTs will be really great for people to earn something and make sure that everyone can see it. So if you earn a non-transferable NFT on your PlayStation game, then it can be used on your PC as well. So you can have like a huge network and see all of your achievements in all of your games. Now, what are the challenges and opportunities? When the first one is probably the biggest one, it's the user experience. As Alex said before, this is really important for any game. And right now, the user experience of actually creating a wallet and buying an NFT or actually using NFT is terrible. You have to go to a third-party site. You have to make sure that you write down 10 to 12 words and keep them really, really safe. And this has to change in order to bring mass adoption on NFTs. The other thing is bots. Since we started working and having multiplayer games, bots have been a big problem. But with NFTs, they become even bigger problem, because right now scammers have additional incentive, additional monetary incentive to farm these type of games and earn from this. And games can suffer from that. So this is even bigger problem than in traditional games. Copycats and scams. So NFTs give you a unique ID that represents your ownership of a specific item. But someone can copy the metadata of your NFTs and try to sell them on another market. And since in blockchain there's no one authority that says this is the real deal, copycats are easy to do scams. What about the opportunities? So, like I said, metaverse is something that we've been talking about not only over the past years, but in the game industry for decades. There's really interesting opportunity with NFTs because NFTs can become transferable, but we'll need to have a lot of protocols in place, and we're nowhere near that as of this moment. NFTs offer the possibility for ownership of items. So like in the sandbox game, you can create an experience. For example, think of Super Mario Maker. You can create a really exciting level in the Super Mario Maker, and it's absolutely guaranteed that you own that. Of course, the creator of Super Mario Maker can decide whether or not to give you any royalties about this, but it's absolutely guaranteed that you have created this particular level. And this is interesting because this can give revenue to creators. So this can make it really easy for games that give you opportunity to create content to share that revenue with you. And this also would create interesting secondary market, because if you have, let's say, an MMO, and you have, let's say, all the swords and all the items in the MMO as NFTs, this means that player will start trading them, especially items that they haven't used. So this will create a secondary market, and with smart contracts, this could work out really well, because the creator of the NFT can earn royalties over that. Of course, this is an economic challenge, because a lot of games rely on fear of missing out, and rely on players having to grind through the whole game in order to get the item that they want. So it's a challenge. So yeah, it's questions time. Viktor.
Jacket.
Hello, Adash.
Hello.
Help me understand. Right now, content creators can certainly sell their items and get revenue from it. For example, Steam Workshop and Dota 2 skins that people make, and they get a small part of the revenue. How would that differ with NFT? What would be different? I mean, I struggle to understand.
One of the things that it differentiates from that is, first of all, the guarantee that this is going to happen, because at any point right now, Steam can say, okay, we push it down this thing and it's no longer available. Whereas if something is on the blockchain, it's there, so it's immutable. Okay. Steam can decide whether or not to use it in the future, which is a problem. So we don't know what we do in that scenario. But in addition to that, in Steam you don't have smart contracts attached to it, meaning that the initial creator will not get revenue if someone buys a specific item that they've created and then resells it for twice the value.
Mm-hmm. How can this be arbitrated? I mean, if Steam decides to, or Valve or whatever, decides to take down something connected to NFTs, who is there to actually enforce this not happening? I mean, what does it mean for me to have an NFT, to have a guarantee that I own this entity, to not be, I don't know, taken down or somehow replaced? And what does it mean for the developer? I can't picture
NFTs guarantee you proof of ownership. But as of this moment, you don't have a guarantee that, for example, if that NFT leads to, let's say, a game on Steam, that it's not going to be taken down. Mm-hmm. So you don't have that as a guarantee as of this moment.
Do you see it happening, or what's your thought on it?
It's possible, but the only way to do that is if you have all the in-game assets on a distributed network.
Yeah. Yes,
and in that way, no single entity can say, okay, no, now you don't have access to this.
Thank you.
I have many questions, but I will only ask like one or two. So, riffing off on what Viktor asked you, say that, okay, there's a game, there's NFTs in it, and NFTs guarantee me ownership. What if the game shuts down? I mean, I'll still have the item that lives on the blockchain, but wouldn't its value just completely evaporate because now there's nowhere to actually apply and show it off besides on the blockchain?
The value of an item is described economically of how much someone will pay for it. That's why when a game shuts down, and if that item represents something in the game, there's no way you can get access to that item in the game again. For games that are entirely on the blockchain, what people can do is say, okay, we're making a new game and we'll make whole of the people that already have these items. For a game that it's not entirely on the blockchain, the way for you to have any kind of additional value for this is when we have a protocol for actually transferring your items to something else, to another game.
Okay, so this leads to my second question, and this will be my last one. Isn't the concept of enforcing protocols in order to have transferable items between different games, so mimicking like a metaverse, imply that there should be a centralized authoritative institution to actually regulate this, because it's a protocol? Someone needs to build the protocol, maintain the protocol, and update the protocol, and they get to set the limitations of what the protocol does.
Well, not really. For example, the web hasn't been created just by one organization. So what I do envision is different companies in the space will work together to create a protocol, and everyone will decide whether to use that protocol. And probably we'll go through several different protocols until we get to something that works for everyone. But it's a really good question, because we need to find a way so that if you get an item in certain game and that game collapses, you can use that somewhere else. Yeah, could be more valuable in another game. Thank you.
So my question is, maybe you can speak for your experience on CryoWar, but if you want to make a game, when is the right time to decide whether you want to include NFTs or not? And yeah, I guess that's the question. And why actually is the other part of the question.
Well, the quick and easy answer is, at any time. For example, CryoWar at first was created as a free-to-play game, and then NFTs added on the side. If you make an entirely blockchain-based on-chain game with NFTs, then you have to decide it at the beginning. So in the design of any game, it's best to know what you want to build from the beginning, so you know how to incorporate it, because we've seen a lot of games try to push NFTs in places that it doesn't belong over the last year, and it resulted in backlash. So definitely the best time to decide whether you want to create a game with NFTs and actually have NFTs in the game is in pre-production, and to know why you want to have these NFTs in there.
About the copycat concern that you mentioned, just so I know I understand correctly. So basically, when you say someone can copy the metadata, you're actually saying that, for example, if you have a skin in a FPS game, you have ownership, you have a unique skin in the game, someone can take that, basically copy that skin, make the same visual assets, and basically sell them as the real thing, but using its own unique ID on the blockchain, basically.
I think I can answer this in two parts. First of all, when you store information on the blockchain, you usually don't store the model and the textures itself, because that's a lot of data, and it's really expensive. If you want to have a game with, let's say, thousands of different models, you don't want to store that information. The metadata information, for example, is if you have like 5 types of swords, which one of those type of swords is it? What about its rarity? What about a certain category of it? So the metadata usually is a small piece of information that describes the item, but doesn't include information like how does it look, because this is a really a lot of information, and you don't want to do that, and it's really expensive at this moment. How do you protect yourself from copycats is that the NFTs that you create, each and every one of them has a unique ID. So they may copy the metadata, and the people who they can fool are the actual players. And that's why we have a user experience issue there with blockchain and owning of NFTs, because there are different marketplaces, because there isn't one centralized marketplace. So you can buy an NFT that has similar metadata than the items that you have in your game, and people can be fooled. If you design if you code your game right, you absolutely know which NFTs you've created and which NFTs you recognize in your game. So the problem is for the users. Yeah, exactly. But it's even yeah, but it says Adidas. Yes, absolutely. It's like buying a cheap knockoff of somewhere, and at first glance it looks exactly the same, but they're not. I mean, there's a way to identify them. If that wasn't the case, then I mean, this tech just wouldn't work. Okay, any more questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, let's all thank Viktor Ketipov for the lecture.
Thank you.
Of course, if you got any questions, you can always approach our lecturers and ask them personally. We're going to take another 5 minutes, and then we're going to have another lecture before the longer break. So see you all in 5.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting. We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
In the Bulgarian language, we have a word, koloritan. It means impressively standing out in the context of a person. But I think in literal sense, it means colorful. So I feel like it describes perfectly in both senses our next guest. He's got a French passport, an Italian surname, Japanese culture, and a Bulgarian address. More than 10 years of experience in the gaming industry, and I'm about to butcher his name. Please welcome on stage co-founder and CEO of Chibi Phoenix, Adrien Bacchi.
Thank you. And my wife is Portuguese, just
okay.
to add a little bit more. And our son is a mix of everything.
So I missed out. Damn.
Thanks everyone for being here. This is a presentation that I've upgraded from a different presentation that I did in the past. I want to make it as interesting as possible for everyone, and including myself. I'd like to have a good time. We will have a good time, right? But the complexity of this presentation is that it's made for different levels. So please, on a scale on 1 to 10, 10 being like, I mean, you really know your job in the video game industry, who's a 10 here? Raise your hand. Yeah, pretentious. And who is below 5? Okay. More humility. Okay, I'll try to go fast on the very basic things about the industry. I want to talk about the industry in Bulgaria because I have a blunt message to deliver. If there's any hope that we can build something, we need to do something and to talk about it. But let's talk in general about the industry. Yeah, I've put animated stuff to get your attention because I'm fighting against your phones and the hangover people. The conversation is really about the situation of video game, that is not just about the fact that it's a booming industry, but that there's also plenty of opportunities for creativity, for creating something new and using the video game as a medium to tell stories and give experiences in a different way. Basic, okay, I'm Adrien, I've been presented. Chibi Phoenix, it's something that I created with 2 friends in 2006. In the beginning, we were sending emails. It was an emailing marketing. Then we had a publishing house. We were 3, 10, 4, 17, 4, now 200. So things happened. We had investors, we kicked them out, we sold the company, and now we own the company. And apparently in Bulgaria, we might be the biggest independent video game studio, which is still a realization that, I don't know, I think it's funny. And I think it's also a problem, but we will talk about it. This is what we do. We do really heavily inspired from manga and Japanimation video games. We make gacha games, freemium mobile games for people that know what is a gacha game. So JRPG, heavily RPG, idle mechanics. We've been producing artworks for other studios as well. We've been making comic books. And in the future, we are going to explore more and more how can we make better stories using visual novels and this overall medium of 2D animation, pictures, and videos. Oh, something can be shown here. made in a way that if I show you something animated every 2 minutes, I should keep your dopamine high enough so I keep your attention. It's part of the job. This is still a presentation, and we'll go fast on it, but we had a serious game company that we sold. We make creative games for BNP, Thales, Orange, and games that are really about cybersecurity training, so B2B. It was very interesting, but the corporate world not being exactly my stuff. We sold the company in 2019. We had some experiments in making a board game, gambling, and plenty of stuff. Now about the market itself. Who knows who is this guy dancing? Okay, so you think you know. Who is it? Say it. It's Pichu, thank you very much. You're an expert. Some people will say Pikachu because they don't know and they think they know, and that's very appreciated. The evolution of the video game industry is really interesting. Who knows what is the first commercial video game ever? Pac-Man? No. No, that must be like 1978. The first video game was 1971. I think it's a game called Creative Space, but nobody remembers it. The real first success was Pong in 1972. So we really start with the hardcore thing in the video game. It was about $1 billion industry per year in the 70s. At the end of the 80s, it was about 20 billion. At the end of the 90s, it was about 30 billion, 30, 39, 40. The time of PlayStation, Mega Drive. The first real poker successes, like mass distribution successes on computers. Things, they really changed in 2000 with the iPhone and mobiles. When everybody starts having a mobile phone and a video game console with like a store and a way of paying in your pocket. So 2007, at the time people were really talking, 2007, 2008, 2009, they were talking like, wow, the video game industry is now bigger than the movie industry, which was for a lot of people a revelation because Hollywood is in everybody's mind something gigantic and video game is still something like, for the nerds. And it was a shock at the time. And in 2017, we go over 100 billion as an industry. And the movie industry is still around 70. It's a stagnating industry. It's a very old industry. And what's very interesting is that in 5 years, we go from 2017 from 100 billion to maybe 200. Was it 230? Was it 170? Okay. Not all the companies are communicating their numbers. It's an estimation. Just let's consider that it's very big and that it has doubled in 5 years. Not a lot of industries are doubling in 5 years. And we can dream, estimate, or speculate that it will go over 300 billion by 2030. Why? Because very simply, more population, new markets opening. Latin America is a very fastly growing market for video games because before they didn't have credit card, which was bad. Now they can spend money. Good. We have a lot of customers in Chile. Surprising, but yeah, that was not the case a few years ago. Southeast Asia is the same stuff. They didn't have money. They were not paying online. Now they pay online. You will also have a simple thing that is the demographic curve, that people are here in this room 20, 30, 40. In 10 years, we will still play video games. And the kids that are 10 start playing video games now, they will play video games. And the new kids that are just born, they will play video games in a few years. So just by demographics, the market will grow. Okay, not so interesting stuff about the fact that COVID has been helping, whatever, regulation, who cares? So let's talk about creativity, because I think this is a lot more interesting. The creative aspects, I think, is extremely important. We have reached a very high maturity for the tools that will help you create, 3D games, of course. I think most people have seen at least the demos of the last Unreal Engine upgrades. It's very impressive. So it's making it accessible, but it's not only that. I believe that a lot of tools are making it possible to, for example, create video. This is something we've been experimenting on. So that's a 2D experiment with cute boys for a game we are doing for girls. I'm not showing you the video, let's go fast. This is something that we are creating in our studio. We've invested in a cyclorama. And everything that is with a green key and a green background was costing a fortune. Some people might remember with like dreadful memories the experiments of full motion videos in the 90s. Like the first stuff, it was a bit cringy and with bad actors and lots of money wasted and a lot of pixels. Now, I mean, actors, they can still be bad, but a cyclorama like this will cost you $500. And a 4K camera will cost you $500. You don't need a $200,000 studio in Hollywood to make something decent. And yeah, we've made a few experiments. Just have a look at this one. And I will show you what we did with a $5 manipulation in post-production. Okay, too slow. Let me show you the result. And that's really a software. You get it for free, $5 for the post-prod because you have all the templates. We didn't create the templates. And I believe that this can open a lot of very interesting things. Among other things, because I'm talking about the creativity in video games, but let's say that the basics are the cost of entry has gotten lower. And now it's really about you and your creativity and the few tools that you can master and what are you going to do with it. Can we go out of this video? Yeah. And I went super fast on this presentation because I wanted to add things about the local market. And it's a topic that is very dear to me. Ooh, the lights. Here's the thing. So we said the market was, in 2019, $100 billion in the world. And 2021, 22, maybe 200 billion. The video game industry in Bulgaria, do you think that it has doubled in 5 years? Crickets, no. No, it's the same. It's the same, basically. Maybe there's 50 more employees that are working in the video game industry in Bulgaria, but no. And I think we are missing a very big opportunity in Bulgaria to really grab the market and grow with it. And the creative industry is in a stage here that there's a big potential. Basically, whatever company that will be developing here will just grow because of the demographics of the market. We have grown with Chibi Phoenix. I don't think we are geniuses. I think we just got lucky and we are just growing because the market is growing. I don't think there's a lot of talent in what we do. And I'm really surprised that we don't have more initiatives here in Bulgaria that can lift the market and the ecosystem and develop it. I think the best thing that happened for the video game and the creative industry in Bulgaria is the Arc Academy, because at least now there's a school. I mean, at least now there is a school, because before that there was no school. So now there is something that the industry can support and use as part of a training process to create the talents of tomorrow. But that's really not enough. And I will say something that might speak to you. I was invited to an innovation forum in Serbia, in Belgrade, 6 months ago, and I met with the video game industry leaders there. And I was amazed. In Serbia, they are like maybe 10 years, 20 years advanced in terms of community, in terms of cluster, in terms of universities, in terms of collaboration. And I believe that if they can do it, we could do it here. There's no reason. I believe that one of the things that I would like to see happening in the future is more independent studios. Because I don't think it's normal that if Chibi Phoenix is the or one of the biggest studios, that it's been created by French people. It should have been created by Bulgarian people, developing it. There used to be independent studios that were big, but they sold. And I think it's not comparable, the way you care when you're independent and you're there and you take your decisions here, and you really have skin in the game, rather than if you are the local director of a big studios and you take your decisions from the big group that is somewhere in New York or in Paris. I mean, I have a lot of respect for the big studios that are here. They are providing job, skills, opportunities to work on very big games, and this is very interesting, but that's not enough. And I mean, some of the studios, I'm quite angry with them because they don't even support initiatives like what we have now, like the Sofia Game Jam, like the Sofia Game Night. Some of them, they have absolutely, totally the budget and they can support it with a ticket. It's $500, okay? And they don't even fucking give $500 to support the local community. I think that what we are having today is very interesting. This is very good. But events like this, they should happen maybe once a month. This would be a sign that the industry is very healthy. And I would like that we do it together. I think that the people here are the people that are motivated and interested. I'm sure that there are other motivated, interested people that are not here. But let's do it. Let's invest, let's develop independent studios, let's grow the leadership of tomorrow. There's no reason it cannot happen. And I know that there's a few people that are really interested in getting together, talk, and make events together. But this is the, so yeah, this is to me the little paradox about what's happening here. You have the seeds, like this event, like the Arc Academy, like a few independent studios that made it or are still there. You have the seeds of something that could be amazing. The potential is there. But it's missing this community initiative. Just people talking to each other and saying, yes, let's do something. How are we going to make it happen? Well, I don't know. I'm not going to make it happen alone. So today my being here is my little contribution. We will continue to grow Chibi Phoenix. Right now it's 70 people in Sofia. We are growing to, we aim to be 100 in Sofia by summer 2023, which is a challenge. It's giving me a headache just to talk about it. But it's going to be interesting. But I really want to see other people saying, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to create my studio. I'm going to gather something. I would love to invest in studios. I've been investing in a few studios outside of Bulgaria. Why not here? I think the potential is there. I again believe that the Arc Academy has a lot of potential because there's a lot of people that are being trained there, are motivated. We have hired a girl from the Arc, and she's awesome. I've seen other people like really interested in being part of the gaming industry. So that's my message. I hope we can do it together. And now I will be very happy to answer your questions, if any.
So any questions?
Hey, Adrien, yeah, thank you for this introduction to the game industry and game industry in Bulgaria. I have such a question. You present the projects, the serious games projects you did, your company Chibi Phoenix. They were only corporate customers. Do you have experience in working in serious games for NGOs, for educational institutions, for, I don't know, some public institutions? Or not at all?
It's something that we've been wanting to do because the mission is beautiful. But from my little experience in serious games, so 2016, 2019, my conclusion is that there's no money in serious games. Even working with big corporations, they are cheap as fuck. They will, so maybe it's changed, okay? But we were developing a model that we wanted to be like a SaaS model, that you pay per user and you scale it to the group. And BNP, they negotiated like hardcore so that we would be selling them the game based on the number of hours that we spent working on it, not as a license, and it was impossible. At the time, we were really trying to sell it and to make like a client. So we didn't have the choice, and then the next client, it was the same and the same and the same. So selling it as a licensed software and actually make decent money was impossible at the time. And it was, at the time, it was like, you're going to sell it, it's too innovative. It's too innovative, so the corporations, they don't know how to buy it. If you tell them you're going to buy Photoshop licenses, they're like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. It's $70 per desk, and I spend my money. But if you tell them it's going to be $5 per desk, and they will say, but it's just a video game. No, I just buy you once, and I don't want to spend per desk. So that was before 2019. After, also the people buying at the time, they were the innovation departments in the corporation, and not the HR people that have a lot more money. Maybe it changed with COVID and remote work and remote training. But to do it for NGOs, what will be the business model? I think it will be that you're being paid by an NGO to make a one-shot game and something educative. I think it's going to be so little money that nobody can really do it. Maybe I'm wrong. My experience with B2B video game and serious game is that it was difficult, and I didn't like it much. And sometimes I'm thinking, hey, maybe we should do again serious games. That's cool. And then I punch my face, and we move on. Do you have some experience with this? Do you have some insights?
Yeah, let's say I'm part of a kind of a European network of developing narratives, interactive narratives for video games and for interactive documentaries. And I think, yeah, basically it works like, I don't know, NGOs has some money through some project comes and, pays you to develop something. This is the business model behind. And it has a lot of potential in education. I also work in science communication. Things like this, like also urgent problems, and there are a lot of money, especially in climate crisis and Green Deal, so we can talk.
Okay, I will be happy that we talk just after. I'm very curious.
Okay.
Hello, thanks for speaking up. I'm interested to hear if you've been around when a lot of people here used to meet at Puzzle co-working space. We used to they used to organize these sort of collaborative meetings. I don't know if, I haven't met you before there. I would like to ask, when did you came to Bulgaria? How did you start your company? Why did you pick Bulgaria? Because I don't know any about those things. Of course, I know you now and who the Chibi Phoenix are. You've been on my radar for a while, but I didn't understand when you came here and how you started. If you can give.
You've met my guys in your events.
No, I haven't actually. But
no, you have. Yeah.
I just
the show your shit Friday.
Sorry.
The show your shit Friday. You're talking about this.
Yes.
Yeah. So my guys have been to your event many times. I've been in Bulgaria for 14 years now.
How did you came here? Why? Why did you pick here to start a business for games?
I got lucky. Yeah. Yeah, could have been somewhere else, and it's there. Yeah, it really looks like that. I had my first company. We created it in Brussels. So we started in 2006. For people that have been in Belgium, you know that it's full of very cool people, but it's very depressing because it rains, and when it doesn't rain, it's gray, and when it's not gray, it's night. The food is bad, the beers are good, but the people are great. But after 3 years and a half, I really needed sun, and I don't want to sound too mystic, but I believe in energies, and I believe that to be an entrepreneur and to create stuff, I believe in the inspiration of the surroundings, and here I felt good. Sun, mountain, good vibes, inspiration, that was good, and I'm very happy. 14 years here, and maybe, I don't know, my wife might be listening, but 14 more? 14 more? Yeah, we don't have a plan to leave. We are investing more. We have created another company that is an event space. It's a rooftop terrace event space. So I think we are deep in it. We like it very much, like Bulgaria. This is also why I'm talking about investing in the community, because I find it very frustrating that there's not more initiatives. There should be more, and that should be mainly up to the Bulgarian people. I mean, I like your country, but it will never be my country, even if I love it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Almost. Happy you like Bulgaria. My question relates to your comments about Bulgaria and the game industry here. It's an observation that's probably true for everywhere, but it seems to me that there's no real entry jobs in the gaming industry. If you want to be an artist, if you don't have game experience, it's very difficult to get into the industry, and that's true for almost everywhere. Do you think that's part of the problem, or do you have any solutions for that? I don't know. Wanted to pick your brain.
Yes, thank you very much. We are touching a very important topic. Sadly, I think that I don't want to talk about the government because, again, it's not my country. I can talk about the French government if you want. But I can safely say that I don't think the government will be the hope for the gaming industry, right? So we will have to do it ourselves. And something that's missing here, and it's a very important topic, because that's something that you have in France, and that is making France a very interesting country to develop a video game. You have this cursus of pre-employment, meaning that before you're going to get a job in France, let's say you have a master's degree, every year you will be forced by your university to have an internship, 3 months, 6 months, every year. So at the end of your master's degree, maybe you're going to do 6 months or maybe 12 months of internship. And it's forced. If you don't do your internship, you're screwed. So every year you have tons of interns that are on the market. And for interns, okay, you're working, you're not paid a lot, but you get an experience. You really get a CV. When I was 23, I had worked in 9 different companies. When I see people here, they are 22, 23, I'm the first they talk to. They have 0 experience. And it's bad for the people because they don't get this opportunity exactly to have a first job experience, to have something. And because as a company, you see someone that is a noob, and you're like, wow, you're really new on the market. I don't know you. You do nothing. You don't know what is an... You dream about the video game industry, but you have actually no clue. And anyone here that has been hiring people as an employer in the video game industry, you know that you always have some people that are big dreams, that the video game industry is going to be about playing PlayStation 5 all the day and doing just super cool stuff without constraints because it's so fun. No, actually it's a job. You actually need to do something that will be sold. And sometimes you will have to do stuff that you will not like. It's a job. It's a job. It's a very cool job, I think. I think it's a lot better than working in accountancy and finance. No offense, please. But yeah, I still think it's a lot more fun. So yeah, I think this is a very important thing that you're saying. We are missing these things. Internships, partnerships, and yeah, I'm actually considering opening a studio in France as well, on top. I mean, headquarters will always be here, but specifically to get to these internships and to all these programs to pre-employ people so that you can test and train the people with lower involvement. Because here, if you're an employer, you're like, okay, I'm going to hire these people. It's very cool, but no experience, potential, I don't know. Then it's a risk. You need to train, maybe fire the person in the trial period because the person is not doing the job, which is a cost, and it's not enjoyable for anyone. So it's a different process. But I think the Arc Academy has an internship program, but most universities, they don't have it. No, they don't have Arc. Okay. So they need to create this. What?
National Academy of Art have the same program.
Okay. So far, the university that has the closest program to internship like you have in France is the SFAM. But it's a French-speaking university, and okay, not very much related to video games.
Hi. So my question is regarding you saying that we need to take the initiative, and I believe like a lot of the people here do want to dedicate their time to make their own video game, whatever it is. But how do you go about this like initial funding to like actually be able to take the time off and like work full time on your project? And like how did you find investors for your company to like start? Yeah.
That's a big question, right? Or do you make something out of nothing? Or do you go from 0 to 1? I mean, it's that will be an entire day and books about conversation, but I don't even know where to start because it's so complex. But for sure, if you don't have, I mean, case number one, your parents are rich and they can give you all their money to finance your own studio. Good. I hope you're in this case. I hope that here you have rich parents and they can finance your studio, because that will help. And if you don't, you might have. I mean, I can just tell you about our own history, but it's like in 2006 I was working nights and weekends making stupid websites to make some cash. And with my two partners, when it was making 1,500 euros per month, like wow, a fortune, especially when you live in Belgium, we decided that if we work full time, so 5 times more, we might make 5 times more. So we quit our jobs. And we didn't do 5 times more. But because the mechanics and the mathematics about business are not exactly like a quantity equal money. But it was still a very cool experience, and we ended up surviving, like licking stones and eating roots for 6 months. It was like, but it was fun. It was freedom, and then we found our first real business that was the email marketing, and we have been self-funding this. We had this experience in 2012, so the email marketing was working really well. Then we went into publishing and comic books, and then we lost all our money. Bankruptcy, burnout, all this stuff, very cool. And in 2012, we had investors. So we found investors, and it was very good because it was not our own money. So when we wasted $1 million in 3 years, it was not our own money, but it's still your years. It's still your time, it's still your energy. And it's a different type of pressure to have investors and people that say, hey, I'm your boss, by the way, send me reports, and no, don't spend on this and spend on that, and oh, by the way, a very good suggestion. You're not obliged to do it. But remember that I pay you. So it's something else. Ultimately, you have. I would really say that it depends on everyone, but make your MVP, make some cash, and at some point you need to have some money on some savings, and just try it. And know that in 90% chances you're going to be screwed and lose everything. But there's a 10% chance that maybe you create a very cool studio and something very cool will happen. I'm really not selling like utopist dreams of stuff that won't happen. But you have a long list of publishers that can give you money if you have a good MVP. And it's another topic, because what to sign and what not to sign with a publisher, it's a good thing. If anyone here wants advices on before signing anything with a publisher, just ask me. Because we've been screwed very hard by a publisher, and we are getting out of exclusivity in 4 months and 12 days. And April 2023. And it's very easy when you have no money to accept whatever conditions. And you might have a very good game, and you might regret for 6 or 7 years that you signed something. I have friends that signed a publishing contract with exclusivity, and the Canadian partner said, and I'm going to make you gigantic, and I'm going to invest fortunes, and we have deals with PewDiePie, and he's going to make videos on you, and this and that, and all. And so they signed the contract, and just 5% of what they talked about happened. So the game, instead of making $300,000 per month, started with 150, then 100, then they stopped the promotion. The guy started complaining, saying, but what the hell, why aren't you doing your part? And the publisher said, but it's not part of the contract, I don't have to do it. And the exclusivity deal was in exchange of pushing the game massively, but the terms of the pushing were not defined. And this studio is now in a situation where to have on the platform the game working better, they need to make events and more content, but they make less than $10,000, so with the commission is 5, so they cannot even spend the money to have the teams working on the content. So they asked to have the game for themselves and to have the IP back, and the publisher said, no, we signed an exclusivity deal. It's part of it, so you cannot take your... So this publisher, in particular, prefers that the studio dies rather than giving them back the exclusivity because contract. And this is really a newbie mistake. It was part of the contract, it was obvious. If you want to believe, you know, the empty promises of any business guy, it's your stuff. But if it's not part of the contract, yeah, but it's not always obvious. It's not always obvious.
Okay. Thank you so much, Adrien, for the inspirational lecture.
Thank you.
I'm sure a lot of you want to ask him. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Want to ask him more after the lecture. He's going to be here for a little bit. We're going into a little bit of a longer pause. We're going to be back at 2 p.m. with a really cool lecture from Croteam, from Jonas Kyratzes. Yes, he's going to be talking about spatiality and dialectics in video game narrative. So come back here at 2 p.m. See you in a bit.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting. We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying like, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying like, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying like, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Our next lecturer is quite interesting. He's a Greek writer, he's a designer, and a director. He's worked on so many titles that I'm actually going to have to read them out because I'm sure I'm going to mess this up otherwise. The Talos Principle, Phoenix Point, Serious Sam 4, The Eternal Cylinder, and The Sea Will Claim Everything. He's currently working on the Talos Principle 2 and Clash Artifacts of Chaos, and several other unannounced games. Here to talk about the spatiality and dialectics in game narrative from Croteam, Jonas, Kyratzes. I'm sorry for butchering your name anyway.
That's fine. That's good. No problem. Hi, I'm Jonas. Nice to meet you. I'll be doing this very pretentious presentation now. It sounds very pretentious, and it is, but it's really just about a couple of concepts of how we approach narrative in games, because it is fundamentally different from writing for any other medium. So I'll just keep it fairly simple, but just I want to inject these ideas into people's heads, basically, because I think that they're useful, and they're sometimes missing when people approach designing narrative for games. All right? So this is a very brief introduction to me. I've been making games for a very long time because I started very young. Quite a long time ago. I've made a lot of games that have some sort of sea theme. Why? Don't know. Probably because I'm Greek. I have written all of these games except one of them, which is not an actual game. Can you guess which one of those? Yes, it's Phoenix Point. No, it is How I Met Your Grandmother, although I have met all of your grandmothers, and they really like me. Grandmothers really like me for some reason. So I've been making games for quite a long time. I started when I was really just a kid in Greece in the early 2000s. My first game was very hard to upload to the internet because it was 3 megabytes, and it was very hard to find web space for 3 megabytes. A video game. And they've all been narrative games, almost all of them. I actually like playing games that are not that narrative heavy all the time, but I seem to be making them all the time. And I invented air. That's important. Just want to take credit for that because nobody ever gives me credit. It's a real shame because it's very important for breathing. Talos Principle 2 is what I'm currently working on. It's going to be really nice when it comes out. I am going to be talking a bit about Talos Principle in general in this presentation. You don't need to have played it to understand the presentation. It's just to give you an example for how narrative works in games and how maybe narrative works in a game that's also trying to be a little bit ambitious in what it's trying to accomplish. To me, I don't mind games that are just fun, right? I've written stuff that's just silly and all that, but I also think games are very interesting as a medium that's maybe artistic and more serious. Although serious is to me not a contradiction of silly, so you can have fun in a game and still be serious. It doesn't have to be, it's a game about a sad grandmother or whatever. Indie games have a tendency to sometimes produce. You probably know what I mean by that. So I do think that games can be fun and meaningful at the same time. Now, spatiality, what the fuck does this mean? It's a very confusing word, but it derives from interactivity, right? So when we talk about interactivity, we tend to think of it in terms of choice. Oh, player can do A or B. The worst version of that is, do you want to drown the puppies or save the puppies? Which is really the most boring thing that games have a tendency to do. Then you have more complicated versions of drown the puppies, but somehow this will be good, and if you save them, it'll be really bad, and you'll feel guilty because you saved the puppies. But in general, and then there's obviously the more advanced, more interesting version of that, which is actually making choices that affect the narrative and have different outcomes, and maybe even you see a different part of the game. But to me, there's a different consequence of interactivity that's very fundamental to how games work that we don't think about. And that is that narrative in games exists in space. It exists in a 3-dimensional space, and that's actually very key, because that doesn't exist in any other art form. So an example, a very simple example there, is just Skyrim, right? You go to Skyrim, walking around, blah, 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 talking guys. Well, you can go around a corner and find a bookshelf, and there's books in it, and you can read it. You can read those books, and they contain narrative content. Now, that might not always be interesting, but what's very unique about this is that no other art form really has this, right? And a movie is just a narrative that continues going forward. A book, again, it just goes forward, and unless it's a very experimental book, but even then you're probably going to read it in that particular way. But in a game, narrative exists in a three-dimensional space, and this can have a lot of consequences. It means characters are walking around, are in different places. The classic example, you're reading something on a wall, which everyone says was overused, and then with the pandemic, people started scrolling things on the walls that were exactly that. So we all live in a video game. So anyway, this may seem simple, and yet I think it's a really key insight when you're constructing a game, when you're actually doing the work of writing the narrative for a video game. It's very important to start thinking of how the narrative overlays the three-dimensional space in which you are writing. So you're not writing just a story where A happens and B happens, but you really have to think about it in terms of the three-dimensional space in which it exists and how it interacts with that space, and what the player experience is going to be as they move through that space and experience your narrative there. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the Talos Principle. Talos Principle is a puzzle game with a narrative that it has several layers. It's designed to be almost like a kind of archaeological experience. So there is a top layer that you're always going to get. So there's a top layer that every player will always experience. And then there are some layers that are more easily accessible. And then there are layers that are deeper and deeper and deeper. And to fully understand the story of the game, you have to dig into the game. So again, that is a very physical kind of way of organizing a narrative inside a video game. And it obviously also connects to the themes of the game, which have a lot to do with sort of digging through the past, and it has a lot of actual archaeological references in it. So here we have, this is just a rough kind of example, or a rough kind of structure of the game world. So you basically start in what's the Roman kind of part of the world, and you solve puzzles, you go out into sort of a hub, you get access to other places, and eventually there's this tower that you have to ascend. But there are different types of narrative that exist inside of this world. So we have where it says Elohim there. That's the voice of an almost kind of narrator. It's the voice of God in the game. It's this figure who challenges you, says you have to solve these puzzles, but you must never ascend the tower. So that moves with you through the game. Wherever you are, you can hear him speak, unless you're in some very specific points in the game. So that's very easy to understand how that follows you. But at the same time, inside of that world, you have these voiceovers that you can find. The voiceovers provide yet another perspective on the events of the game from a scientist who is speaking about, how the backstory of the game happens, but also expressing certain very humanistic philosophical concepts. You also have these QR messages, which are basically messages on walls that you can read from various characters that exist in the sort of mythology of the game. And you also have Milton, who is an AI that only exists inside certain terminals that you find as you move around the game, and you can talk to him and debate with him. And then you also have, on top of that, terminals on which there are texts that you can read from basically various philosophers, internet threads, all kinds of messages that people have sent back to each other. It's a wide collection of texts from humanity before whatever happened that has put you into the situation that you are in the game. I'm not going to, spoil the details of the game now. But the important thing is that, as you can hear from this, there are different categories of narrative that each function in a different way. Some are set inside the world you're also in. Some are from before. Some are, a specific character kind of going through a story that you're following in individual bits. And then there's two characters who coexist in the world with you in different ways. So when you're writing a game, you have to track all of that. You have to think about the functions of each of these types of narrative and what they are doing for the player. So each of them is giving them morsels of information, and they, in their heads, are trying to put it all together and understand what's actually happening in this game. What is this game about? And of course, to make it interesting, you have to make sure that you're feeding the player the right morsels at the right time, which is difficult because the game is open. Making Talos 2 is even more challenging for us in many ways because it is more open or more multi-threaded in some ways, and that is another challenge. So we're experiencing that very much right now. So that's the thing about video games that I kind of want people to think about, because we think about this very simple aspect of it's just choice, right? Oh, the player can do this, the player can do that. But really what's happening is the player is moving through this enormous web of individual bits of narrative that all should tie together in some way. So you want there to be interesting ways in which these things are connected, but you also need to be thinking constantly, what are the various ways in which the player might experience this? What if he reads this first? What if he reads that first? And more importantly, what if he doesn't read any of it? What if the player starts out saying, it's a game, games don't have good narratives, I don't give a shit. And then they play for a while and they think, this voiceover stuff is really well written and it's kind of interesting. I wonder what's going on with this setting. Maybe I should try digging a bit into it. Okay, have we made it possible for the player to go back and read those things? Have we accidentally, do we have some cutoff point where you can't read the previous things anymore? So thinking about it in this kind of three-dimensional way and thinking of it as this web of of small points of narrative that interact with each other in various ways is, I think, pretty crucial. Okay. This is a photo of a cat. He's called Damian, after the composer of the Talos Principle, although we call him Dum Dum because he's dumb. All right, dialectics. Very pretentious again, but I'm going to keep this, again, very, very simple, right? We're not going to get into the complexities of philosophy here. But it's a fairly basic concept to keep in mind here, which is the idea of how things interact with each other and produce a third thing, as it says, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. So in terms of games, this is about how all those nodes that I mentioned before in the spider web, how they interact with each other, and how you can deliberately design something that uses the interactions between these different points. Because that's also something that games are uniquely good at. They can present different ideas without necessarily making it about you just choosing one idea over the other, because they can present things in parallel. Again, a book and a movie, all these things are kind of linear. But the nonlinearity of games means that things kind of can coexist in parallel inside their world. So for example, in Phoenix Point, we have 3 different factions. And there a lot of effort went into trying to give each of the factions kind of an interesting perspective that may be flawed, and it's not perfect. This is also a principle that's at work in the Talos Principle. So I'm going to go back to that for a second. In the Talos Principle, you have different figures, right? So you have this godlike figure, Elohim. And Elohim has a very specific way that he wants things to be done. You will solve the puzzles. You will not go up the tower. This is what's good in life. This is what meaning is. And then you have Milton, who is kind of a rogue AI. And he is an utter cynic, right? He constantly asks you all these questions in these interactive dialogues. And he's always... Hello? Okay. He's always trying to break down your beliefs. And the thing is, you could go for the mistake here of just saying these are 2 choices, right? This is the one way and this is the other way, and they both suck. But the interesting thing, I think, that what games kind of allow you to do is that we present 2 different figures who are both wrong in their own way. Or you can agree with them if you want to. There are ways of doing that in the game. But really, they have severe flaws in their thinking, both of them. And ultimately, you have the ability to kind of pick a path that is neither of them, or that has elements of both of their beliefs. And the game, in fact, is deliberately structured so that it presents you with different ideas and allows those ideas to interact dialectically in your head. So that's something that we really sought to do. We're really trying very hard to do that in Talos Principle 2 as well, to really keep that in mind. We're not just presenting you with an idea, but we're frequently presenting you with the opposite of that idea as well. Or then sometimes with 3 or 4 different perspectives on one thing. Because, like I said, all these things kind of coexist at the same time. And what you have to think about is how do they interact with each other? I'm going through this world, and I have this voice telling me one thing, and then I have these computer terminals telling me another thing, and then I find all these texts, and they can give me yet another perspective. And so when you are designing a game, when you're thinking about game narrative, really the interesting thing is not just all these nodes that exist in the spider web, but then the connections between these nodes. And it's up to you as the writer, to deliberately create those connections, to foster those connections by creating parallels in the writing, by deliberately having things react to each other, right? You can do that. It's interactive. So you can actually also have, in another example, say a character react to something you said to another character or something you read. So there's many, many ways. Some of them are just really already baked into just the way that you write it, and then others are, like I said, interactive. These are ways of causing the individual nodes to interact with each other in the player's mind, because there's another dialectical relationship really there, and that's the relationship between the player and the game itself. Because any form of art really just happens between the player, between the reader, and the work of art. So that's another thing that you have to keep in mind when you're creating something, is that you're not just creating something static, but there's a person there that's going to be playing it, and as they play it, there is an experience that is unique to them and is only happening, for them. And you're kind of providing the primordial soup out of which this experience is going to happen, but you don't have full control over how it's going to happen. But you do have control over what goes in the soup. Yeah, that's actually pretty much the basics of what I'm trying to explain, but I think it matters quite a lot because we do kind of get, our brains poisoned by other media. Like, obviously, there's fantastic work in all kinds of media, but when you approach a game, you really are working in a very unique kind of medium that doesn't, and it's not just I can choose this or I can interact, but it's structured at a fundamental level in a different way than anything else. So when I'm writing a game, I'm not trying to do the same thing I'm doing when I'm writing a book or when I'm writing, a screenplay or something where one thing follows the other. I'm writing lots of little bits, and the important thing is not just that the bits have to be good, and they really do. That's very important. That's another thing that people forget, right? They have to be aesthetically good. Because if they're not, if they're badly written, then all the structure shit doesn't matter. They have to be good. But then the art of it is how are they arranged? And you can spend so much time thinking about this. Like when we're making Talos 2 right now, you know how often we debate, okay, but what goes on this thing that the player finds in the first hour of the game? Do we put in this text or that text? And it's a secondary text. You know what? 50% of players will never read it. But the other 50% or the 10% who are really into it, what is their experience going to be? Which ideas do we want to implant at which point, and how are they going to interact with the ideas later? If you have someone making an argument about what's good in the world, like Talos 2 has a lot about technology, right? And civilization. You have a certain idea now, you have its opposite later. You have yet another take and another point in the game. You have to think, how is the player going to encounter these? And how are they going to interact with each other in the player's mind? Might be going a little bit fast here, but hopefully we'll have some questions or something, or I'll just give you random trivia about things breaking down in horrible ways. Okay. That's actually the end. So yeah, I've kept it very, very short. But please ask me about game writing. And I'll go deeper into this if anyone wants to know about a specific part of it or what it means when you're making a game.
So I have actually a very peculiar question. Since you're writing narrative games, have you heard of Disco Elysium?
Yes.
Okay, so this will make the question a lot easier. What would you say about Disco Elysium's attempt at narrative storytelling and presentation? Because it's one of the few games, at least I've played in recent times, that allow you to choose any path, and in turn, the consequence for your actions aren't. They're portrayed in a positive light, regardless, because the story is about failure, right? And I wanted to ask, how do you feel about the whole way the writers and the designers of that game handled its narrative?
I haven't finished playing Disco Elysium because it makes me sad. And it just makes me sad because it's like, Jesus, I wish we all got to do that all the time. No, I find it very impressive. I find it very impressive, the sheer amount of effort and freedom that they had. That's something that I haven't talked about here, but of course the reality is that frequently you're working for companies and you don't necessarily have the freedom to do anything you want with narrative. Like, we're very lucky with Talos Principle that we got to do what we got to do. I have the feeling that a lot of what makes Disco Elysium special is just that you got a bunch of people who are not very different from me in some ways philosophically, and you just gave them completely free rein. So I do find it very impressive what they've done, which is to just kind of almost be very liberated in approaching the material and go to some places that are could be fairly controversial. It's actually, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that the response was so positive, because I could imagine some journalists doing kind of a fascist playthrough and going, this game is fascist. As to the idea that, you know, the game reacts to anything that you do as positive in a way, I think that's a legitimate choice. It's not the only way of doing something. You can have a game, I think, that has a certain, and I think Disco Elysium also, it does have a certain perspective that some journalists, I feel, sometimes fail to see as well. It does come from a particular worldview, in general, how it presents its world and how it thinks that the world works. But I think that depends. It's something actually that we, when making Talos 2, have sometimes struggled with a little bit, in that the writers have certain beliefs, and of course those structure what you're going to do, right? Because it's just how you think the world works. And at the same time, you want to leave space, because I talked so much about, you know, giving different perspectives. You want to leave some space for those perspectives to be genuine, to be treated as legitimate. Because otherwise, it's like, here's 5 political choices or philosophical choices. All of them except the one I like are wrong. That's not such an interesting experience. You know, you want to have that perspective that's yours, that structures the thing, especially if you're working with a certain amount of freedom to be allowed to do so. Because if you're working for a lot of bigger companies, you're not going to get that freedom. But you also want to leave some space for the game to react to what the player is doing and for it to feel legitimate in a sense. Because what I've noticed in a lot of games, that what I hate is when at the very end the game goes like, no, everything you did is wrong, you're bad, feel bad. And it just kind of takes away the entire meaning of the entire experience for me. And that's something we try very hard to avoid doing, even though that way there's no big twist at the end. And some people tend to identify a big twist at the end with good writing, but or a good ending. But to me, it's more about playing out the consequences of what you've done and having it feel like a meaningful overall experience. So to me, if you pick an ending that I don't love for Talos 2, for example, it's still an ending that hopefully will feel poetic and meaningful.
I have a question, which is in the regards of the writing process. In your own words, because I understand that you write for different media, how would you compare writing for a screenplay and then into a game? Because The thing that I'm most curious about is, do you lend an idea, so whatever an idea is, in the 3-act structure, which is commonly used in the filmmaking world? Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the difference between working in those two, I mean, not that I have a published screenplay or movie currently out. I do have a very nice audio drama called Gospels of the Flood. You should listen to that. So having written things, though, in screenplay format, it is very different. Because, like I said, it's structurally different at the very basis of what you're doing, unless you're writing a game that happens to be incredibly linear, which is kind of rare. It does exist. So even Serious Sam 4, for example, has side missions. It has lines that can be set during combat. It has all this material, right, which exists in parallel. It doesn't exist in a linear structure. So it's like there's 100 lines that can be set during combat. There's 200 lines that can be set during combat. So again, when you're writing a screenplay, you're really going beginning, middle, end. If it's a 3-act structure, a 5-act structure. In a game, it's more like, I mean, you might have, here's the intro, but then even already the first area, first level, first thing can sometimes play out in 500 different ways. Or you're just creating kind of a cloud of options. So you might have NPC characters who can say lots of lines depending on what's happening in the game. So immediately you're going and say this, you can say and this, and immediately it just becomes this wide thing. So of course you're trying to hit certain points, right? You are trying to kind of create an arc through the game, but you're doing it in a much more fuzzy way. You don't have that nice thing of, the first scene, the second scene, and then that leads to the third scene. Very frequently you don't have that choice in a video game. And the other thing is video games are incredibly long. Like, you're writing a season of a TV show more than you're writing a movie. And yet frequently you're trying to make it feel like a movie. So in the sense of it's one story rather than something more episodic. But at the end of the day, it always becomes much more fuzzy than writing a straight up screenplay. And you have to keep that in mind, because when you see games that are written in the other way, they frequently don't work very well, because they're just going against the grain of what the medium is like, which is that it's incredibly flexible and things can happen in different orders. But again, there are exceptions, but in general, I would say it's a wider structure that you have to keep in mind. And that's why also we don't work in final draft, but like in a spreadsheet most of the time.
I mean, if you put it in a nutshell, it's you have a protagonist that has a problem, and this problem has to be solved in, there are a lot of obstacles that character has to overcome, and at the end there's a resolution, which is either he wins or lose. So it's kind of the same, but as you probably mentioned, in a wider spectrum, something like a TV series, for example, a really long one. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, although, in some ways, then you're playing a game that's a strategy game, and you don't have a protagonist as such, and it's maybe more like an ensemble cast, or you don't even have characters with clearly distinct personalities. So now you're trying to instill a personality into, say, the faction that you're playing. You just the group that, so that the player still feels, okay, we all set out together to accomplish this thing, and in the end we succeeded. But it is very different, because a movie or something is usually really built around people, and not all video games are built around individual human beings.
Hi. I was wondering, and I've been wondering about this for a very long time, in various ways, I guess. Does the necessary fragmentation of writing for video games inherently weaken the potential for a strong and driving narrative of the type that books and movies are obviously very capable of? And how do video games really make up for that structural impossibility? Because is it just the interactivity of the medium that makes up for that lack of strength and drive and structure? Or should there be something more?
I don't think it necessarily weakens it. I think that done right, you can have all of these, if you connect all of these points in the spider web that I was talking about, if you connect them, then they're all pulling together. And every little bit reinforces every other little bit. The difficulty is doing that. The difficulty is both simply inherent to the medium, so it's just really hard to write that, and then there's just all the other stuff that comes in the way, like, well, the marketing department said we should change this and this and this and this 20 minutes before the game is released. Okay. You have no idea how many bizarre choices you have seen in video games where you're like, wow, the developers must be really stupid. It's not the developers. They didn't want it to be like that at all. So it's publishers, you know, whatever, interfering with it a lot of the time that actually cause some of the bizarre problems. But you're right, it is a challenge of the medium to do that. And sometimes the gameplay, you don't want to constantly interrupt the gameplay with narrative, right? You want it to feel cohesive. But sometimes there's just something fun in the game and the player goes off and does that for 3 hours and it can break the immersion. But then the point is to try and, as much as you can, make it be a holistic experience. This is also hard inside a company, right? It's hard because the writers are frequently isolated from the rest of the company. And because of that, people are doing stuff that doesn't fit what they're writing. And the best games are the ones where everyone is really getting together a lot and talking together. And so when the level designers are doing something, they're thinking about what the writers wrote, and the writers have seen what the game looks like, and they know what things are, and then they're trying to respond to that. And the more and that's again a kind of a dialectical relationship, like I said, everything kind of comes from the connections between lots of individual points, and that's also true inside the company. So the more all of that pulls together, the more you feel, oh yeah, this is a world. This is just a world that I'm living in, and all of these things make sense with that world. And then even, you know, the objects in the world, or a little description here, all of it can make you feel that you're in that world. And if that stuff doesn't match, then you're immediately thrown out. That's a big problem in games in general. Somebody puts in a dumb joke somewhere as an Easter egg, and suddenly the entire game is ruined for someone because they hit up on it in the wrong moment, and it just broke their immersion. Big problem in the Talos principle, Easter eggs. But in general, because it's so fragmented, there's a million ways it can go wrong, more than a book can. Because also usually somebody's not going to put something completely insane somewhere into a book in the same way that they will in a video game.
Also, I do have to ask, where do you get your ideas?
There's a lot of Chinese people in a factory, and they're writing them down and sending them to me and getting paid very little money.
The strength of Fiverr these days. Thanks.
So I suppose my question is going to be about those Chinese people. In the Talos principle, the first one, you've managed to create a very nice combination of many different stories into a variation on the biblical narrative about the creation of Adam and his eventual transcendence, let's say, into a new Adam. So the question is, well, maybe there are two questions in there. The first is, how did you approach all these different narratives into creating them, into meshing them together? And the second one is, how much will that biblical narrative influence the Talos principle too?
Okay, so in terms of approaching it, it's really just coming at it with an awareness of how that you're going to be doing it in this way, where it's incredibly fragmented, and always looking for the parallels between what you're writing and how it's structured. So the story itself, right, is about this kind of syncretic way in which religions develop and philosophy develops and ideas develop. The game itself is like it. Elohim he actually syncretizes things into narratives. That's his function, his original function. And he himself, however, everything that he believes, he has constructed out of fragments. So coming at it with the awareness that it's going to be like that, I think is kind of the important part, right? So from the beginning, we have these kind of strands, and how are we going to create individual parts of the narrative that are going to reflect that? So we're going to create a Greek philosopher. We invented a Greek philosopher for our purposes that would, be one strand, and we invented a saint who has written certain things, and you invent the things that you need, and you draw on real text as well. Obviously, we always had a mix of fiction and nonfiction, but I think it all it all depends on coming at it structurally and already thinking about it in those terms. I think that's the only way I can really, beyond that it's just obviously inspiration and writing, but I think the key thing is to already think of that you're creating kind of a mosaic or an interwoven kind of thing from the get-go in order to accomplish that. And as for the biblical themes, yeah, they continue. The whole syncretic element of, you know, Greek mythology and myth and all of that does continue. Maybe it's heavier on the mythology than on the biblical things, but it's still there in the next one as well.
What kind of different processes do you have for different types of games when writing them? For example, do you have a difference writing an RTS and an RPG? They can be both fantasy games, but as you said before, they're not personal. Like RTSs are not all the time personal like the RPG. What kind of differences do you have in writing them?
So I'm going to go back to the same thing. Again, it's starting by thinking about structure. So it's starting about thinking, what is the structure of the gameplay? How does this game work? Where in how this game works can I hook the narrative in? Like, how does it connect to the narrative structurally? Because if you come at it always the same way, then suddenly you're like, oh, I'm going to have a protagonist for this RTS, and there's like, how does that tie into anything? I'm commanding an army. Why is there this one dude? Okay, is he a commander? Is he a thing? So you have to start by looking at what is the gameplay structure of what you're doing? Where does the narrative fit in? Not forcing it in, just where does it naturally fit into the structure? And from there, develop elements. And that can mean very different things. It can mean trying to personalize it, or it can mean trying to give it a history. So in Phoenix Point, we tried to create a lot of backstory, a lot of history to all of these events. We also didn't have the means, I think, to have endless cutscenes. So that's also, budget is obviously also another factor. But there we try to be more kind of, yeah, more world-building kind of, and create meaning through assigning ideologies and ideas and histories, and then allowing you to find that. But yeah, the important thing is that I think you should start especially when you're assigned to a game and you're not kind of making it from scratch, is that you look at, what does this give me? What are my opportunities inside of this to create a narrative, rather than trying to impose a narrative, which can lead to very artificial results. But usually there are things already inside the game that kind of have a narrative function. And that can be things characters say, descriptions in menus, items. I mean, you know, Dark Souls is the classic example of a game that's largely told through item descriptions, you know, where there's this vast lore that people love to engage with. So you find your opportunities, and it has to be different every time you make a game. Like, to me, that's essential. I don't think that there is a formula for writing games. I think every single game you must look at how it's structured and then try and find something that works with that.
Yeah, thanks for this insightful talk about your way of writing for video games. I have such a question. Do you have experience in writing for live immersive experiences, for example, LARPing, live action role-playing? And if yes, can you tell what is the difference?
I just did that for the first time. It is a thing called The Locksmith's Dream that I helped with. I didn't write it in the total thing, but I was involved with its design, and I wrote parts of it. That's an event that takes place over one day at a beautiful old house in England. It's very expensive. You can still go. There's a few tickets left. It costs a lot, though, sadly. That one is more unpredictable. So I was working with a designer of the whole thing and producer, and I kept trying, because he has a million ideas, and what I kept saying is it feasible? Is anyone actually capable of understanding it? So it's like, I love the man, but he had some very, crazy ideas, like, well, there will be certain smells in certain rooms, and they'll signify something, and I'm like, who's going to understand that? There's no time. You're running around, you're eating food, you're doing things, you're not going to tell the smell of something. You can have the smell and it works into the reality of the whole thing. It's very hard to make something dependent on that. So my work actually on that game was mostly always trying to say, how is it actually going to work when you have 20 people running around? So it was kind of identifying core things that we knew we could expose people to. And then a lot of it is up in the air, to be honest. You have to create interesting opportunities for things to happen, but unless it's somehow very heavily controlled, but usually these things aren't, then it's more about creating a space in which things can happen. And so we created kind of scavenger hunts through it, you know, things that we knew there was a skeleton that you could follow to achieve certain things that were interconnected in such a way that they couldn't break. Because again, you've got 20 people running around, they can break things in a lot of ways. So you create a skeleton, and then you create a lot of content that they can find and can use. But then some of the most interesting stuff that happens, you have no control over because it's between players. That's scary. That also means it can fail in ways that you just can't control. Like somebody's having a bad day, he's a dick to the other players, and the whole mood of the thing just goes to hell. But it is also very, again, like I said, spatial. So in this particular case, it was inside a house. So a lot of it was looking at photos of the house and thinking, what are the locations? And then deriving story elements from those. So we had an interesting kind of hidden space. So we were like, okay, how do we lead people to the hidden space? But also, how do we make it meaningful, right? So came up with this, you know, magical story of a man who drank some magical thing and fell asleep there for years and years and only came out decades later. And that came from the necessity of using the space in an interesting way and imprinting meaning on the space. That's also something, as a game writer, you do a lot. Like, say you have an open world game and there's like 15 abandoned colonies, and you're like, okay, how do I make these have meaning? So again, you're looking at the three-dimensional space and you're trying to impose story on it in that case. But you go like, oh, this one is next to a river and everyone's dead. Monsters came out of the river, you know. And in various such ways, you try to draw on the environment of the game, and then create interconnections. And if you're lucky, you get some, you know, level designer artist to also do a couple of things that then, you know, reinforce that, because otherwise it's very one-sided.
Is this thing working? Okay. So on the subject of the fragmented pieces of narrative in multiple places. Let's say that in Act 1 of your game, your character has spotted a book about dragons, but never bothered to pick it up. Now in Act 5, he encounters dragons, and they become very interesting to him. And he wants to go back and read that book. Do you have any suggestions on how, on some game mechanics, where this process would be the least painful, revisiting places that you have been to and missed the narrative?
Yeah, that's tricky. There are multiple ways of approaching it. So, for example, somebody gives you that book if you haven't picked it up. Like, you can always have a character, you can just check, did the character pick up that book? Or did the character read that book? And then you can have a line where someone says, by the way, did you know that, you know, Old Man Fartface's book on dragons is very informative, and, you know, something like that. You can have the book in multiple locations. Sometimes if it's very crucial, you can obviously make it so that you force it on the player at some point, like into. But a player who doesn't care. That's a very big problem. So in your case, and we've encountered that precise problem, if the player starts caring later, either you somehow make them have the text already on them, you make it available to them, you point it out via another character, or depending on the specifics of the game, of course, there might be various tricks, and often you can do more than one thing, right? Often you can have multiple. If you have a game with dialogues, you can actually just pop up a dialogue option with some character that's only enabled at this point, and where the character goes, oh, you want to know more about, you know, Old Man Poopy's dragon book? I have a copy, or whatever. And that can be awkward, right? And sometimes you create these slightly awkward solutions for players who decided, 90% of the game through that now they're interested in the story. I don't know if there's a perfect solution. I mean, ideally, frankly, the player can go back and still find that book. But if it's the kind of narrative that really moves forward and you don't have access to that location anymore, I mean, what if the player has picked it up but hasn't read it? What if the player picked it up, opened it, so the variable is set that says the player read it, but the player didn't read it because they closed it after a second? So you come up with these horror scenarios, and believe me, like writing Talos 2, we have a long list of bizarre things players can do, and there's always going to be somebody who does it. There is a point, however, where you do everything you can to make it good for the player, and then there's a handful of players you can't fucking help them. You can't. All right, I think that's it. No, one more?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an expected question. When can we expect the Talos Principle 2? The first game was an unreal experience. Thank you.
I don't think I'm allowed to say yet.
I know. Just screwing with you.
Trailers being worked on and stuff, so it's not like we're not making it. And I hope we'll have announcements about that soonish, but I'm not allowed to say in case we change our minds, because it sucks.
The next game jump, maybe.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for listening, guys.
Thank you, Jonas, for the super engaging lecture. There was a lot of questions. Guys, we're only going to take 5 minutes until the next lecture. Come back because we have a guest from Unity Technologies.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Feel the rush of it, takes me over. Feel the pulse of it.
Our next guest is started in game dev in 2001 when he joined Black Sea Games and started working on Knights of Honor. He moved, he worked there for more than a decade, and then he moved to Unity Technologies with the ambition of using their engine to create cinematic experiences. He has since written and directed multiple short movies, like The Blacksmith, Adam, The Enemy, Book of the Dead, and he's now here to talk about using game engine in creating a cinematic experience. Principal Creative Director at Unity Technologies, Veselin Efremov.
Hello, thank you. So I don't have slides, I have just a bunch of images, and so it won't look very professional, but yeah. And also I have no idea how long that's going to take, so there's a lot of ground to cover. But yeah, we'll just cut it short yeah. So for me, using game technology engine to tell these cinematic linear experiences started in 2014. I had friends at Unity, and they were about to release their new version, Unity 5, which had some big improvements in graphics. They have, for the first time, physically based shading and like a semi-real-time GI solution. And they were making tech demos, and I went to them to pitch an idea to make something cinematic, like with a story. I had no idea how that would be done, but yeah, that didn't stop me from suggesting it. So at the time, we were working on a, wait, nope. How do I go? Sorry, I can't work this laptop exactly. How do I go? Oh, okay, so back and forth. Yes, so there was a project that I kind of was helping the Unity people before that called Viking Village. So it was just some assets, Megascan assets. We were friends with the Quixel team, and we had kind of built this small scene, and that was one of the demos. So since the budget was so low, the idea was to find a story within using these assets to tell some story. So I came up with you know, this is called The Blacksmith. I'll just, probably haven't seen you, and that's for the better because it's horrible. But I'll just show you some stills from it. Okay, so I had to come up with a story that takes place in this Viking village. I want to make it something more, you know, fantasy-like. We couldn't render real humans. There was no subsurface shaders, skin shaders, stuff like that. So I came up with this character like a deity, like a god, who was kind of lonely and bummed out, very depressed. My wife, she told me about one of the sagas of the Nordic sagas about Volund. I read a bit about that. There was this whole theme with rings that I won't go into much detail because really we shouldn't talk much about this project. The team was only 3 people. I was the only artist. There was 1 programmer and 1 animator. We had a little budget for contracting, but basically we had to build the whole thing. So the first artist that I contacted to help me with some pitch materials was, I don't know if you know him, Georgi Simeonov, Kalader. To me, to this day, he's the best, one of the best concept artists in the industry. He's amazing, and his new game just came out called Somerville. You should check it out. So he's, yeah, he's amazing. And I've known him since he was in high school. So I contacted him. He was still working at Splash Damage at the time and started exploring this blacksmith character. I wanted, you know, it was supposed to be to look a bit, you know, ancient and not particularly, you know, it had to look strange, but in a justified way. I wanted to have a lot of rings on him because that was a big theme, and Georgi came up with the idea to embed this in his body as well. So here are some early concepts, just, I don't know how much you can see. And this is basically the final design. I was still very worried about rendering a face, So he came up with a mask for it, but then it seemed to kind of work in the project, so we never used the mask. This is basically, all sorts of material references that Georgi prepared just to communicate to the modeler afterwards. This is the model. We just hired a local character artist, and he did, I think, a really nice job. There was a lot of back and forth. I will not go into much detail with this project because, this is the first renders in Unity. At the time, you can see it still there is a tear and the chest line, but this is, I had started building the scene, some experiments, and this is with the other character. The other character was designed and fully textured and modeled and projected by a guy, I think he's here. So Sergei Samuilov, really great artist. And this is this character. Another Bulgarian artist, Dimitar Marinsky, who is now working on Fable, the new Fable game. He made some of these images that I went to pitch to Unity, just like for mood, then some concepts for the environment, thumbnails. So that's with this project. So it was a very funny pitch. I went to the Unity people and I said, I have this idea. I started talking, showing images very passionately, and they say, we are programmers, we have no idea what you're talking about, but it seems like you do, so just go and do whatever you want. So we did that. We showed at GDC 2015, and that was a huge success for Unity. We got a lot of attention, and that's where it became really for me. I wasn't an employee. I took a leave of absence from my previous job to do this project with Unity, and then I was about to go back, but I had so much fun that I just stayed around. And we're going to the next project. And can't move the mouse. Oh, that's why. There are some environments rendered in Unity, but I don't know if you need to be looking at those. Okay, this is still this project. So the next project, next year, after we were done with that, I'll just get this. So we got this attention, I got a bigger budget, could hire a couple of people, some people that I had worked with previously at Crytek and Black Sea. Came on board, the team got a bit bigger. We had one dedicated 3D artist, because I'm crap at many things, but I'm not good at anything in particular. So he came on board, and Krasimir Nechevsky came as animation director. So we had started to form like a core team that made more sense. So for the next project, I want to do something different. I'm not a big fantasy fan in general. I just had to, do something with Viking houses before. And there were some new technological advances in Unity, like temporal anti-aliasing, which allowed us to have shinier surfaces, like metal surfaces more, because specular aliasing is a big problem in general. So for the blacksmith, everything was kind of stone and wood. And also we had screen space reflections and planar reflections. So I just said, okay, we still can't make humans, so I'll make something with robots. And I'm not a big fan of robots that behave like humans. Like the generally idea, I get it. It was a good metaphor for how we treat people that are different, but they have the soul and passion and stuff like that. But to me, it's a very, and I mean, I respect some of the work, but I think everything was said there in this sort of portrayal of AI that is basically a copy of humans. So I started thinking of how to make robots that are not robots. And basically it became, okay, these are actually human beings that are punished. Basically they have lost their corporeal rights, so they're stripped of their organs. It's a failing society in the future, people are sick, so criminals basically get harvested for organs, And some months later, actually, I read an article that this is really happening in China at the moment with a certain religious sect. So it's horrifying stuff. This is Adam. This is to this day our most successful project. It has a gazillion views on YouTube, got us a lot of attention, a lot of awards. If you haven't seen it, I'll just have some shots from it. So we started 2015 to work on this one. So yeah. So here I want to talk a bit more about world building and how we approached that. So to me, my background is in art, so I'm not really a storyteller. To me, world building and characters are way more interesting than stories. So we don't really have stories when we start working on a project. I come up with potential stories in this world after I have done a big work on building the world, the universe, the lore. And this includes ancient history and how we end up here with the political system, how food is made, what are these particular characters, motivations, stuff like that, previous generations, where things are going in the future. And then we have to make a 5-minute short film in that. I believe this is important because when you make a short film, you need to have the confidence that you know what is going on. So the audience, even if they don't, there's no way for them to pick everything up, but they know that there is something to know, that there is some depth in this world. And I really hate these just exposition dumps like text in the beginning and how Ridley Scott ruined Blade Runner, for instance, and stuff like that. I mean, this is the thing, we just throw you straight in the piece, you watch it, and you get as much as you can. But art can help a lot with that. So, for instance, the big challenge was the audience will be seeing robots, but they need to get reminded that this is a human. So that's why you can see some of the early explorations. There's on the skull or whatever of the head. There is like a vaguely geometrical brain patterns. Also, that there are criminals. We went with this orange plastic wrap, which is popular, at least in pop culture. I don't know how popular it is actually for. Inmates, they have these uniforms. So here you can see the Georgi, again, this time Georgi came full-time on the team, so you'll see he did a lot more work, did all sorts of crazy explorations. I wanted to keep human proportions, because again, we have to be fighting with the audience that rejects the notion that this is a human. So I wanted to make it as, to look more human, kind of wanted to stay away from these more weird proportions. Here, all sorts of explorations. I was really interested in the idea of using a death mask. If you know famous people in the 18th, 19th century, when they died, they would make a plaster cast of their face to kind of preserve it on their death after they died. So I thought that would be like a cool idea to have like a 3D printed some sort of face. Sounded good in my head. Then we tried it, and it seemed like really creepy, like a robot trying to be human rather than a human. Behind a robot mask. So then we just got rid of most of the facial features, and the idea was to just have these wide eyes behind the mask, oppressive mask. So here, color explorations, different poses, ideas. I wanted to have, in order to convey the idea closer, it's kind of like a tablet of shame, again from medieval times. So they have a screen, a LED screen on their chest with the crime, like how do you call that, the file with what they did to, And basically the big question was what actually defines a human? Now all these humans, they're mass-produced, they all look the same, but there is, that's the way that people look, that's not what defines them. So that was, something that we had to show. So all sorts of ideas, material explorations. Also I wanted to have lungs, basically the idea was like on high level that if somebody had a certain disability, they won't harvest this particular organ, so they get to keep them. So the characters had the lungs, so they're breathing. The number one question asked on YouTube is, why the hell is it breathing? This is going close to the final design, a lot of iterations on the mechanics of things. Also, I didn't want to have any mechanical whirring sounds. I really hate that. And, you know, modulated voices. We're way past this technology. Also, it needed to look cheap, you know, government grade for prisoners. But also new, no wear and tear, because it was just produced. This is the final design of the mask. Okay, so this is the main character, Adam. Later in the film, because you know, we see first how he wakes up after this operation, goes up and sees there are hundreds, thousands of people like him. They're basically exiled. So while he's rejecting this body, he's going in a fit, smashing his face, and that allows us to distinguish from the other ones later in the film. Another character, these are the guards. These are basically the military force from the ruling government. Georgi, the art director, really wanted to push for that medical, because it's such a medical you know, procedure combined with just a penalty. He wanted to have really like medical visuals there. So he explored the covers, the face masks, stuff like that. And also, they're kind of these robot shells now, they're very dehumanized. So he used this like a kettle prod to kind of add to the dehumanization of these people. This is more or less the final design. Even you can see that the rifle is kind of like, looks like a syringe. And this was actually modeled and textured again by Sergei, who I hope left by now. This is a couple of other characters. They're the main characters of basically the idea, really quickly, is that there is a society formed in the wilderness by these exiles. This has been happening for many years. So some are previous generations. So we had this, basically the first character I came up with was actually Sebastian, is called this like elder leader. It was supposed to be about him, actually, the whole film, but then I came up with several stories and it turned out, we just made the one that we had the budget for. So, not the most exciting one. And Sebastian was going with his lieutenant, second in command, so we just called Lou. In the end, basically for me the inspiration was from Kingdom of Heaven. There is Saladin and his right hand there, and I really like that image of how they're kind of like, he's clearly the leader, but they're kind of equal in certain ways in their dynamic. That was very interesting to me, gave that a lot of references like that. So Georgi went, these are early explorations, there was some animalistic. So the idea was that I wanted him to look big, like physically big on screen, but it's still a human, still a prisoner. So Georgi was looking for ways to just bulk up the silhouette using, for instance, like these wrappings of previous generation robots or some dead arms just harvested. This is just like a mood thing, just to get a feeling that he did different heads. So tribal, obviously a big thing, but also a spiritual leader. I found a really great statue, Bulgarian, of Paisi Hilandarsky, I think, that I really loved, where he's kind of holding the stuff and his chest is hollow out and there is a book, like, I guess, the gospel or something. I really like that hollowed out chest idea. So Georgi came up with the idea, this is the final design. He did it in 3D so we could explore it. He came up with the idea that he was an old generation, and you know, old generation technology is larger, so he had a big screen, but then he took it out and carries it like, you know, the images of Moses with this big book of laws, commandments. So, and also he added the halo thing. I really like the idea of having some sort of saintly look, but you know, it's a halo, but it's also crooked. It's golden, but it's also rusty. So you never really know what is he really a good guy? He kind of is a savior in this scenario here, but we don't really know what his motivation is. Maybe he's recruiting an army, right? And but at least in the context of the film, he's absolving them from their sins and joining. Again, all sorts of different details for detailing. So the idea that I had is to put him on stilts to get really big, and they're nice automated stilts that go down. So that's why he's much larger. This is not here, you can't see, but his whole cape is covered by shards of broken screens. Because basically the screens, if you remember, they're what remind people of their crimes. So he absolved them of their crimes and basically rips off these screens of shame. This is Lou, the other character. Again, a lot rich backstory. I won't go into that. Just different idea. Okay, so this is exploration of the cell. So the idea is that it's a bit hard since you haven't seen it, but so Adam gets created, like reborn in this cell. I hated the name Adam, by the way. I said we'll never keep that. It's so much on the nose, so literal. But in the end, we were so used to it, so I said, okay, whatever. So different explorations. So for this, I wanted to feel birth, so like a womb and a birth canal going out. In the end, we went through a couple of iterations, but in the end, it was this one. Oops, that kind of looks a bit like viscera, like guts inside of these pipes going in. So these are the first explorations that Georgi made. Then he built himself, like the 3D environment, and that was awesome because we could do so much iteration. So this is just a rough 3D sketch that he built with all the machine, like it's all thought out about how the plastic wrap is, the life support system, how there's a lot of stuff going on here. This is the last version, basically. And in the end, we ended up shipping. We didn't have time to rebuild all the assets, so we just, a huge chunk of this is just these assets, but with a tiling texture slapped on. This is a different view, more from towards the exit. Then the outside. So after Adam leaves his chamber, we see the outside, where we basically see this is the wall where they're sent to exile, the robots. And Georgi had this idea of building it like medical records, like files, just to give that subliminal idea of something that you kind of recognize. It's still very, brutalist, oppressive, very proper straight line structure, but to have this sort of feel to that. This again, he built this, and this is from Unity, I guess. Oh, no, it's Maya. He built it there so we could test the scale of things and just the whole logistics of the film. These are these moving platforms that the guards are standing on. They had to be moving because when these only two characters come from the desert, all the guards, like tens of them, maybe more fully armed, they just panic and run the hell out of the place, which is supposed to tell, okay, these are only two, but they're really, really scary. And we don't do anything. It's just anything else. It's just the behavior of the guards that hints to that. Again, very short film. We don't have time to explain much. This is just a different view. And then he started sketching out. It used to be glorious, rich structure, but it's kind of falling apart. Not in, the society is falling a bit, and that's why we have this whole, inhumane procedure. More concept art. I really hope that, that he just started detailing, painting over the renders to come up with a visual language of the architecture. These are the different doors that the inmates are emerging from. Close-up of a panel of a platform going up. This is more of a moody paint of the area. I really wanted to make it so the sun to be behind the wall, so it casts a long shadow, so that to have these just really poor souls stumbling. They're learning to walk, so everybody's kind of looking drunk a bit and emerging into the light where they're met by the Savior, like these Jesus Moses figures. But then, you know, it didn't look good when I tried to light it because real-time people know that it's really hard to make, you know, indirect shadows and really soft. You know, there is no IBO, shadowed IBO in real time. So yeah, but this was yeah, some other exploration. This is the meeting point where they're coming, these big tall figures are coming and then descending down from their stilts to meet the new people. This, Georgi was experimenting with a frozen lake, didn't end up doing it, ran out of time. So this is just different key art, you know, art from different scenes of the film. He would just take a frame and paint over it. Again, details on the wall itself, the elevator mechanism of the platforms. Yeah, this is just some generic thumbnails that, yeah, early napkin sketches, some more mechanic explorations. So since we needed to have many of these characters and they had to look kind of different, they have the plastic wrap is in different places because they, you know, when they're panicking, when they're getting unwrapped, they just tear pieces as Adam does to his sleeve in the film. But this gives us an excuse to have some variety in cover. Again, what happens behind the mask, stuff like that, yeah. So it's just from his sketchbook, thumbnails. So really quick explorations, then we can just, you know, he can portray a visual idea really quickly and then we can talk about it and then we decide if there is need to invest going deeper. I really love that idea, but yeah, didn't have the time or budget. So, oh. So we started in late summer 2015 and it was done for GDC, which means March 2016. So like 7 months maybe. But the problem for us is, it's not really a problem because also it's an exciting thing, but we're always on the bleeding edge of technology. We're testing the new stuff that is being developed and we also on our team develop new stuff. And the bleeding edge is great, but you tend to bleed a lot. So there's stuff that, you know, they can keep crushing, and so it's never a smooth sail. Like we're working on a very work-in-progress technology. Okay, so maybe we should go to the proper times. So here I have a bunch of, just to show, okay, I'll go real quickly. This is the very first thing, we didn't even have proper concept art yet. This is just in Unity, trying things, Adam waking up. Then I started playing with some lighting. We used a very cheap, how do you call, non-optical solution for mock-up. So we just mock-upped each other. Go over these quickly, and I tended just had to spend time to explore. This you can see is the previous design for the background, so just exploring. Here we added area lights. So I started looking, okay, area lights are awesome when everything is metal, so let's see where we can incorporate these. This is with the Bulgarian actor who played Adam, with this cheap markerless solution that I mentioned. This was rehearsal, and then the actual mock-up after we built the, he's called Vanev Torosyan, really great working with him. So then we got this rehearsal stuff and put it in Unity, where, you know, just trying different things. Here you can see the model has evolved a bit. Then this is, we added tube lights, which immediately I started abusing here at the top. Adam trying to make sense of it all. Here, volumetrics, and again, everything became like, you know, super smoky. So you can see every time a new technology lands, I just start abusing it like crazy, and then it takes time to tone it down. this is the new Adam model. This is close to final, but still you can see that it's not really smooth. There is no textures, it's just flat. And this is a closer, I think this is an actual performance here. Yeah, you have to imagine that he tears his sleeve off. Looking at his reflections, meshing his mask. Here, just trying. The great thing about working in real time is that you can try things. You might not have concept art or story, but you can explore with music and with you know, lighting and grading, and you can look for shots. Many things came just for happy coincidences. Here I can show you, we had a rough storyboard, and then this just playing with it, trying things, reflective surface, I liked it, then getting closer, just riffing with that, and then this is the final shot. Okay, so there is a lot of stuff, but okay, next project, Book of the Dead. So while working on Adam, I saw on a Unity forum thread, somebody wrote that they were willing to give $100 to anyone who can make a forest in Unity. And I said, okay, that's an interesting challenge. And after Adam, I set up, okay, the next project is in a forest, I'll think of something, and I came up with this idea. We have to go really quickly. So these are all renders from Unity, Book of Dead, you can see it on YouTube. So there was a lot about word building here, but there is no time for that. So I'll just run through these. Concept art, so the idea was, there are these characters that are kind of, it's about the afterlife and what death means exactly. Death, I read a lot on death, and it's kind of a process that has changed through the years. Back in the day when somebody stops breathing, they were proclaimed dead, but then, you know, we can revive people, like there might be no heart beating or even brain failure. So this was about people going in cryonics, you know, when they freeze their brain, so they kind of cheat the system, because currently the idea is that when there is damage to the brain, which is irreversible, that's when, you know, death technically comes. So in this case, they go to the afterlife, but their brains are kind of intact because they're frozen, so they make a craziness in this limbo place. So there's a lot of iterations here, and I really wish I could tell you about them. So going through many of these, a lot. Maybe some videos will make sense. Also, they were doing damage to the afterlife because they can't move. It's not the afterlife. This is basically in the fiction of the film. It is like a limbo where they're supposed to stay for 10 minutes while they're, you know. But they stay there and start damaging things, start building things. They try to because they are confused. Try to replicate what they know from this forest. So they bring down trees, build these street lights and houses. Try to make birds. Yeah, a lot of exploration there. There is this character, the guide, the psychopomp. You know, in every religion we kind of have one of these. I'll just go through these quickly. He kind of changes form throughout the course. Yeah, here we had also 3D. Plumman made a lot of 3D explorations. I found very interesting Japanese statues of these, like driftwood. Yeah, I'll go faster. So this is the final character, the final model. Yeah, this is just some props. Progress videos that we don't have time for. Tech. Other concept. Yeah. Okay, so after that, the next project was The Heretic, which was, yeah, I don't even know. So this is for the first time. So Book of Dead was an interactive experience based on optical illusions. The gameplay was supposed to be. For the next project, finally I decided it's time to tackle humans. This is 17 now? No, I'm confused, maybe 18. So Time to Tackle Humans, and this was for us the first time. I hated every single human that I've seen in real time or in film. Once they start moving, it becomes horrible. So we did some research. These are just stills from the project. Did some research and decided to go with 4D, which basically, yeah, these are just shots from the film. Again, you can watch all of these on YouTube. So for the character, we went up with 4D, which is basically, I can show you a video, I guess. So this is one take. So this is 3D, and you can see it's basically a frame per mesh per frame. A lot of instabilities, but it's, you know, every single thing is moving. It's just like a 3D video. So that seemed like that would do the trick. And then there is a lot of work. Like after that, you have to go through cleanup. This is the mesh to retopologize to every frame, to stabilize. Yeah, it was yeah, no time to go through that. You can see the character is bald for a good reason. We couldn't make hair. There was a whole generation of games with the bald space marines. We had these weird characters that were shape-shifting and stuff like that, but yeah. And present times, our latest project is called Enemies, which is the next generation of digital humans for us. Some stills from the project. Oh, this was actually, maybe I have time to show you at least parts of it. So this is, a colleague of mine took a shot from every revision from Subversion, from Perforce in this case, how the scene looked. So this is, if you've seen it, you can see it online, but we went through some things. It's a very simple project, kind of. It's one character in one environment, but the environment is moving and transforming. Yeah, this is... The great thing in real time is that you can try many, many stupid things really quickly. Here you can see I just crammed 2 T-Rex skulls into the desk, because I kind of like that. Going down, yeah, I'm just fast forwarding here. Okay. So digital human, this is what we ended up with. This is a shot from Unity. I am so stupid I had to take the photos to see side by side. I think we did a really good job, these renders in real time. And we did a lot of work. You can see the pitch fuzz, the caustic scene eyes, the skin shaders, stuff like that. Here's some work in progress. These are all renders from Unity. You can see we changed the haircuts several times. This is again a look depth scene with different light setups, so we have the photographic material that we can just compare and see if something doesn't look right. You know, with translucency transmission in the ears, the pitch fuzz, stuff like that. And to me, it's incredible. I started professionally in games in 2001, and we could not do these things. This is the hair. We made the fully real-time hair simulation. Like in another project, we simulate on the PS5 2 million hair strands, and also this is a physical, you know, the rendering. Yeah, here you can see this is a funny video of the system. Like this is just, you can tweak it, all sorts of, you know, make it curly, different types of hair, different viscosity, grooms, so you can author in your favorite package. And it's very loadable. You can see that you can simulate a very small amount of strands and then interpolate to the others. So this just shows the unique groups. So in the distance, you can have hundreds of characters with very simple hair. Yeah, this was a project that we helped on with the hair in Unity. Again, running on PlayStation, you can see the little cup ruffling the lion's mane. So yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Does this work?
Okay, later, Adam was continued, but by different people. Can you tell us how that worked? Unity owned the rights, and they just gave it to someone else to make it, because there were a lot of requests that you expand on that universe, and someone else did, and not you. Why did that happen? Can you?
Yes. So the thing with me is when I finish a project, I hate this project more than anything. I already had written sequels for Adam while we were making it, but by the time we were finished, I didn't want to do anything with it. So we approached Neil Blomkamp to make these sequels, but just gave him creative freedom. So I haven't seen them because to me it's a bit, to me they're not kosher, they're fan fiction. Yeah, this is how. I just didn't want to do anything with Adam at this point. Which is a bit of a shame because I have written, there is a lot of this universe for every single project. I believe that even if you show 2 minutes from something, like Enemies, this last project is it's probably the biggest, it's a Bible of how many things are happening, but I just, I would always prefer to do something fresh.
Boyanka?
I have a question. We saw a lot of the iteration process and what you've been doing to create these characters and these stories, but for me the question was, what's your personal motivation to be working on these projects? What do you like the most about working on such projects?
Well, to me, I have this privilege that I have complete creative freedom to do whatever I want. And I do this because this is what I want. I've been a film buff all my life, and also games. I have no idea how films are made apart from, seeing some documentaries. So I thought that what I've learned from making games can actually be quite useful here. So, and that's a lot of fun because it's a very collaborative process. On our team, we don't have departments and leads and hierarchies. It's just people that, okay, I can do this, I can do that. And if nobody can do, then somebody else, we have to contract somebody. So to me, it's just fun. And yeah, Book of the Dead was supposed to be, we built it as an interactive piece because let's do something like that. But then the team is very small and this is easier. So one day maybe we'll do something more interactive, for instance, but I'm kind of burned out from games. I was in games for 13, 14 years, but yeah. So it's just fun, yeah.
Have you considered releasing the project files for the demos?
Yes, we do as much as we can. So it's a lot of work for our small team. Basically, we have to cut the line between doing this long tail to do the additional work. Because we want this, all the assets that we work on, we want to release for free to people to learn from them. Although, yeah. So we just give everything away, but it takes time to clean up. I mean, if you have been in games, you know what sort of names you put to things, and I'm very, very sloppy worker. Everything is a mess after I've gone through it, and then I lose interest. So you can't really make me go and tidy up.
Actually, I would say it would be more educational to see the ugly side, because
you
for
say
people
that,
in the
but
game industry, I mean, we know that it's all a mess, so we maybe want to see what your mess looks like, or to see how it ends up. Because you want to see the process of making such a thing, and you want to see the ugly side. Yeah,
that's a fair point. So we actually do release as much as we can, and we're working now to releasing Enemies. Some projects, like with the Heretic, we had a problem with timeline or something, and we worked on performance a lot after that, but so our demos are supposed to work on normal gamer hardware, not on NASA machines or on current generation of consoles. So that we're quite limited with that, but that's a big optimization push. And for us, it's either spending an additional year doing that or doing the next best thing, the next creative project. So we do something in between. We write the block. We always release, like for every project, we've released a lot of materials, like assets. Assets we try to always release. Usually what we don't release are the timeline when you scrub, because it's such a huge mess. But for this one, I think the plan is to release everything.
It's on.
Hey,
In regards to concept art, it has been recent popularity for AI-generated art. What do you think about using AI to generate, maybe not the assets themselves for the ideas or the concept art, but maybe generate inspiration ideas using AI?
Ooh, that's a hairy one. It's a long conversation because it touches on many things, and moral is one of them as well. So I think this is the future, and I embrace it, but I'm not using it currently because I haven't made my mind philosophically. Actually, the Heretic, our project, is about how we are not ready to cope with technology is happening so fast, and scientists are usually so fascinated by it that they get narrow-minded about the philosophy of things and how, you know, as humans we have evolved in certain ways, and we have things in our brain that kind of hold us back. That's why we have religion, for instance. And it's tricky how we don't know the answers. And I think philosophy is actually quite important nowadays. But AI, I think it's kind of like a client, right? You can write your brief and it will produce something. But also you can argue that it can't create new styles, and we have to project to the new generations that it's a career to be a creative, to be an artist. But if it's a fully automated job, how do you protect these jobs? And then it becomes about governmental protection. It's tricky. But to me, I'm excited, but not using it yet. But yeah, and at Unity we're doing a lot of exciting things with, not on the concept art side, but there are way more exciting opportunities there, I think.
Okay, yeah, I think that becomes more in the prompt you need to give to the AI, tinker and tailor that so you can produce the ideas you have in your head.
Prompt is the current interface, right? But humans can interface like subtleties. Maybe you can do it in different ways. And even now there are hybrid systems where there's in-painting, for instance. You can do an initial prompt and then circle something, I don't like this, or give me more variation of that. Yeah, it will evolve quite a bit. And it reminds me, back in the day, there was a software, like a vector painting software that I don't remember how it was called, but there was a group of artists, if you know Sparth or Vile, they argued that with this software it was making patterns, random patterns, to break your preconception as an artist. So it would make something for you, and then alchemy, yes, thank you. So you would start with something that didn't come from you. So this is, again, this can be a great tool for artists. I'm sure that at one point somebody was really grumpy that artists no longer made their pigments, right, or their canvas. But this is a tool, right? And I'm a very lazy person, that's why I never became a good artist. Because to me it's boring to draw anatomy and nature. And some people, they're just wired in a way that to them, working hard is not boring. And this is kind of, you know, disrupting that. Now it's about the creativity. And we have to do better than prompts, I guess, but for now even that is a good start. But a very long question.
Okay, last question. Anyone? No, okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Veselin, Efremov.
Thank you.
I really wish we had a little bit more time to cover the entire lecture. But yeah, you can approach Veselin and ask him more, because obviously there's like a lot in this topic. We are going to come back after 5 minutes. Yeah, see you in a bit.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
In his previous experience as a tech support, our next speaker has met some of the most unpleasant bugs in the gaming industry. And after becoming a QA at Kipi Interactive, he vowed to never let them happen in the games that he's making. Here to talk a little bit about automation, game testing in Unreal Engine is Ivan Vanev.
Is it working? Okay. So just before I start, are there any QAs here? Yes. Are there any programmers in Unreal Engine? Okay, so the lecture is about everyone, but these people will understand my pain. Okay, so the topic is automation game testing in Unreal Engine 5. We will take a look on automation testing, what it is, how it differs from manual testing, and some practical problems in games. We'll be looking at Unreal Engine 5 and what tools does it have for automation. I'm Ivan. I'm manual and automation QA in Kipi, and I'm also a game designer there. Okay, so on the subject of testing, what is testing essentially? You have specifications on how a product might behave, what is the intended behavior, and you test that, and you test your product to see if it consorts to these specifications. In manual testing, you're executing specifications on a certain list by hand and look for some defects, some issues of that list. In automatic testing, you're writing a script, you're executing that script on a framework, and check the results if there are any problems. Okay, so Manual testing requires a lot of attention to detail. You have to check the things that you are sure, the things you are not sure, and spot some other issues in the process. So, for example, if you see, if you are tasked with checking out the graphical components of the game, and you see the character gets stuck somewhere in the map, you have to turn your attention to how the map is designed and report that as a problem, regardless of the subject that this isn't the specific topic you're testing. It requires periodical reiterations. So after checking a product once for this month, you have to check it again after a certain period of time to see if if the programmers haven't introduced some kinds of errors there. It's great for visual tests, any tests that require graphic, the person to look at how the game behaves and to spot any visual issues. And it does not require a lot of setup, does not require usually deep understanding of how the product is programmed. In automation testing, you have to know the tool you're working with. In that case, the automation framework. You have to know how to write scripts in that framework, and you have to have the time to implement those scripts. So, for example, in web testing, you have to, you don't have to know the specific web applications, the details of the web application you are testing. You just have to have a good understanding of Selenium to perform these tests. Automation testing is a good option for regression to see that that you haven't introduced problems in the newer version of the code you're testing. It is very good for performance and content stress testing. It is very, very accurate, more accurate than manual testing because it eliminates the chance of a human error. And the tests, as they are scripts, they run fast. The test cycles are much shorter than an average manual test cycle. And there, you can run those tests, for example, on the weekends, late at night, and see the results when you are available in the office again. So, the problem in games, compared to other software products, there are specific issues that only games tend to have. One of these issues is physics. In the sample I've provided there, we have a snooker table, billiard table, and if a test has to verify whether or not a ball stands in a specific position, that is very hard to implement after we have taken the shot. It's very hard to implement because there are a lot of variables involving physics, whether the ball should hit another ball, whether it would hit an edge of the table, and because of that, the end position would be quite unpredictable. Another thing that only games tend to have is randomness. While testing software products, they behave quite predictably. In games also, you often have problems of the sort that you don't know what to expect after a specific event with random results might happen. In our case, we have an archer that shoots another target, and if the archer has a variable damage, and the target has less health than the maximum damage, then in one case, the target would stay alive after the shot, with all of the consequences of that. The user interface will be reflected. The color of the health bar would change. The target will stay alive and produce maybe a notification sound that it has been hit. So this event triggers game systems that are quite specific in that case. In the case that the target dies, it triggers other game systems. For example, that the target should die, the player should be notified, maybe he would gain experience, and the target dying would have to despawn it and would have to remove its collision box. These are very, very different game systems, and that's why when we are creating automation tests, we have to check for all of these scenarios. So the test would become quite more complex. And the other thing that really increases the possibility space again in games are the branching choices. Whether or not it would be what would be your next location in the game, like in the Slay Spire example. What skills would your character have, like in the Diablo example? What items would you have, and what choices your character has taken in the game, and how he has moved the narrative forward. These all create a lot of options, a lot of possibilities that are virtually impossible to explore with a single automation test. In that case, it's better if you are the tester to test more limited gameplay scenarios, for example, with limited set of skills, whether they are working correctly. And even then, you cannot be sure of the different possibilities. For example, one tier 100 skill would, after interacting with one tier 1 skill, would break the game. You cannot be absolutely sure of that, and you have to write impossibly large number of tests to verify that. So, what can we do? Don't be scared. We can test limited gameplay scenarios. So we can, in the case with the physics, we can test the movement of just one single ball. We can then test how it would react after hitting another ball. And then we have to make the example more and more complex. But in some cases, you will still not be able to explore the full game. It can also be combined with manual testing. So, as we said in the skill tree example, we may not be sure that every skill interacts with every other in the perfect way, but there comes the manual testing that can verify that it isn't breaking. So you receive a report that one skill interacting with other breaks the game, and you investigate it, then prepare an automation test that reflects that exact scenario. It's great for regression and performance tests. More details on that later when we discussed how it is handled in Unreal. And for API testing. Yeah, this is Unreal. This is the session front end from which you create, it's the starting point for all of the tests. It contains Unreal Engine specific tests. For example, one that verified that the editor starts as intended, and that all the menus and features of the engine of the editor are loaded correctly. This also contains our custom written tests, automation tests. It allows control over the testing sessions. You can specify a number of each test, how many iterations do you want for it to execute. Yeah, and it displays whether or not a test has completed, failed with warnings and errors, and completely failed. It hasn't even started. So, the first type of tests you can make in Unreal Engine 5 are functional tests. This one is the real icon. It's not photoshopped. You have to place a functional test actor in the level, and you can assign blueprint logic to it to verify certain actions. So it contains all of the logic that you can describe in a normal actor, plus a few test functions that verify the condition for success, for failure, and intermediate results. They are good because they can be integrated into a specific level. And you can, if you are familiar with blueprints, you can easily write a simple piece of code that would work. But it does not follow well with the logic that you have in your game. So, for example, if you have a game where your character is jumping on platforms, you may integrate a specific functional test actor to verify that that an actor with specific jump can jump on that platform, but these are not the rules that you have implemented in your game. So yeah, a piece of code, functional tests. Okay. Yeah, these are the unit tests. The unit tests are now not scripted in blueprints, but in the code. These are a foolproof way to perform an API check. So you can test your custom types and see, for example, if your custom number types are correctly converting one to each other. It does not require level loading, and they are made to run fast. There is a special category of unit tests that are called smoke tests that are made to be run really fast, less than 1 second for all of the execution of the tests, and they are run every time the Unreal editor starts. So these can be used just to verify that the preliminary pieces of running your code in the editor are completed. The bad thing is that they, again, are not so much related to the game context, just a piece to verify that your code is working well. Here is one, those are the feature tests. Feature tests are the most complex tests that are available in Unreal Engine 5. They are the tests that can create some setup. So, for example, you're using the automation to open a specific map to load a certain level, and then you may specify whether the level runs at a normal speed or not, and some other things. But you basically load a specific setup and then perform your actions there. For example, you can start record performance stats there at a specific moment of your choosing. What are they good for? They're mainly good for performance tests. As I said, you can start at a specific point in the game. And if you know that, for example, at the end of the first round, something breaks in your game and the game crashes, or the performance is too throttled and the FPS is increased highly, and you cannot debug on that specific problem, why that happens in this specific moment of time. You may record that and check in this good graph on what happens on the game thread, how much are the calls, is there anything that is off budget. There is the same thing for network tests to see that to see the bandwidth load, the number of actors that are replicating, and some data about them. And for the test scenarios, now these are the tests that we use to test specific game situations. There are a lot of examples there, but they all involve spawning a specific actor, giving it an AI behavior to perform a specific task, and then see the results of that task. In the first example, we are spawning a character, and we tell him to execute an area of effect skill. Now, we can check, these are all AIs, we can check if the skill manages to damage them both, so that the area of effect is really working. We have also an example where we can test the aiming system of a character, where the aiming reticle is pointing at the correct target. Currently it is not. And we have a test that verifies very, very specific game situation. For example, what happens when a character dies and another event happens at the same time. So we have a character that is constantly doing damage to himself and dies, and we are implementing other events that happen at the same time and see if they will break. This is especially important in a tag team game where the death of one character have to trigger switching of the other character in, but sometimes if it doesn't trigger, then that is a bug and we have to see why. Yeah, we have also autoplay setups where all of the characters that we have spawned are playing the game against themselves. So they are doing one quick PvP round or a big never-ending hours game. And we can see the results of that game. We can not only see it visually, the execution of these tests can be monitored by one that sees them, but we can also see the logs for that and check are there any major crashes, for example, after we've set the test to run over the weekend. One thing that these tests are really good for is testing regression. So if you know that your previous build has run without errors and the following one has some, you may investigate why. These are good also for map traversal scenarios and things related to level design, because you can easily put a single character to go over all of the map and see whether he'll get stuck somewhere or not. Yeah, and navigation issues, whether he can go over all of the map. You can test whether the preset AI behavior that you have given to your bots is good or it has some issues. For example, they just sit and don't do nothing. And you can test different types of AI. For example, you have said that, yeah, you will give the bots a hard difficulty by adjusting their settings and see how exactly this is harder than medium difficulty. Just get a simple statistic of that. You can also test game balance by spawning a few characters on one team on the other side, spawning a few characters of the other team on the other side, and then have them face against each other. You can easily adjust the values of their skills, of their stats, and see how another iteration of the same test would help you determine are they nerfing changes or buffing changes. And a summary of the feature tests. They are very, very accurate with the right setup. We've had instances where we are launching quite old tests. For example, we are launching an old test 1 year later, and it helps us determine that the issue is there. These are the best way to measure performance, as we said, and the advantages with running multiple iterations of the same tests on the weekend are there. Unfortunately, they require a lot of setup, not only in code, but in thinking about how to set up this scenario. For example, if you spawn a character and you have to test whether or not a fireball would hit him, then you have to place it in the right place and check the properties of the fireball, would they really hit the character. It requires careful time management through asynchronous commands. Let me just go back. Yeah. All of these are latent commands, all of these. And the thing about them is that they're asynchronous. So all of the code executes itself synchronously. And once you start writing asynchronous latent commands, then you have to think about how to order them in the way that you want. For example, you want one character to spawn, then after 3 seconds he would have to cast one ability, then after 3 seconds or other period of time, you have to check whether that ability has hit the target or not. And these are all things that you have to think about carefully even before completing the test. Yeah, and the last thing is that Unreal hasn't done a good job of writing good documentation on the automation settings, and lots of the features there are hard to find, and you have to find them in the code. Yeah, it's hard to do sometimes. Automation testing has certainly its advantages, and a lot of the tendency in the previous years was to have mainly manual testers. A lot of manual testers that check every aspect of your game. Automation testing is slowly making its way in the game development, and the benefits are there. Both the Dialectics Entertainment and Rare have really good presentations on the topic of how they have set up their automation system. The Dialectics Entertainment with their great game Lord of the Rings Golem that is not released yet. The Dialectics have set up a GitHub repository with their free, open source automation system made on Unreal. And they have some very good examples there, but yeah, this is an effort taken by them to expand the currently existing Unreal Engine system. Rare are also a good example where they have, I think, data on how they've sped their testing by maybe 40% by using only automation tests. And that is it. Any questions?
Yes.
Does Unreal support automation testing of the UI?
Not really. They have something called screenshot comparison, which doesn't work very good. But the thing with testing the UI is that at least it is deterministic. So you can...
Depends on the game.
Hmm?
Depends on the game.
Yeah, depends on the game, but in most cases it's deterministic. At least the out-of-game UI. So the menus, you can see that after pressing one button, it will lead you to this menu. And this is in all cases. Well, in-game UI is a bit more complicated, yes, but at least it conforms to quite well-defined rules. So you can use something like Selenium, maybe, or other visual testing tool to check your UI.
Okay.
Hello. I have a question. Can you guess player behavior with this? Because all the units that you talked about will still act with predetermined AI.
Mm-hmm.
But the players themselves sometimes push the limits. And some people even go looking for these errors. How do you deal with those? How do you guess the player behavior? Do you have some things that these people can do these things? Like you're guessing, they can go there to check it. Do you have those kind of brainstorming? How do you deal with that?
Okay, so mainly before our game comes into contact with people, we are preparing tests in development to see if some of the features work. After we have tested it with people and seen the issues they are having, we usually would have a specific situation that we know that they are breaking. So you something similar. Okay, so you set up something like that with a limited automation test scenario, and you try to replicate in some form what they're doing.
Can you guess well though, because players are always looking for these little errors or like some not finished places.
Well,
that they think it will be an error and it will make the game look bad in the process.
Well, at first you have manual testing to verify some of these things, and secondly, yeah, it just depends on the situation. In cases where it requires multiple iterations, where it has to be scripted, automation testing is probably better.
Questions? No, yes, we have.
Hi, what advice would you give to a studio that, let's say, has an in-house engine, doesn't use an Unreal? They've already started the project, let's say in the pre-alpha, but they want to invest in automation, they want to start automating their project. What advice would you give that studio? Because it's still a big investment. Yeah, so it's still a big investment. They have manual QA. So how do you convince them, yeah, you should invest in automation, you should start from here, start slowly building up, invest in these years, leading up to the release of the project?
So first of all, I would carefully consider what game we are having, what parts we are able to automate. Maybe prepare a list of the different game systems and how they interact with each other. I know it's a hard process, like we've tried something like that, and we have seen that in the situation where a character is throwing fireball at the other, there are at least there are more than 100 combinations of the different game systems and how they interact with each other. But at least if you prepare a list of roughly what you have in the game and how it would work, then you may decide for yourself if it's worth automating or not. Yeah, repetitive tasks are a good indicator of one such thing. I would say that scripting something like that for custom engine wouldn't be that hard, but the question is, would it be more useful than manual QA, and would you find the people that can do it and are willing to write such scripts?
Thank you. Kind of like a follow-up question. So once you implement this automation solution, how often do you see examples of it needs maintenance? Like you implement a new component of the game and suddenly your old automation scripts break. So how often do you see that?
I would say at the moment you are making your usual manual tests to verify that your game is in a good state. For some people, it's for some companies, it's once every sprint. For others, once every 1 or 2 months. But these are scripts. Once you have scripted them, they're ready for you to play them. Just play, execute, set the correct number of iterations, and you're good to go. It is true that sometimes the scripts also break with the iterations of the game, but I would say that the maintenance is minimal.
Okay, more questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. There is only one lecture left tonight, and it's going to be after a short break, so see you in 5 minutes. It's not tonight, it's kind of early, actually.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Okay, the last lecture today, I keep saying tonight, is called The Future of Art, such a majestic name, Beyond Good and Evil. It's going to be presented by our last speaker tonight, he's got a lot of experience in the gaming industry. He's been in for more than 15 years at this point, and he's done it all. He's been in all the early studios in Bulgaria, he's done indie game dev, and naturally, all the game jams in Sofia. So please, welcome on stage, lead technical artist from Black Sea Games, Anton Slavov.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm gonna have to be sitting because technical difficulties. And we're all ready. I wanted to have my water here, but anyway. So let's begin. Today's topics that we're gonna cover is why did I choose to make this presentation, who am I, technology, and how it has changed production, which is basically going to be a small reminder of history, but we'll see what I'm getting then later. There are some demos that one of the videos I didn't play, so I may skip one of them. Of course, the hot topic of AI art. I'm gonna try to talk a bit more about that. VR and how it's going to change the industry. Open source, it's a little bit of open source renaissance that we're seeing lately. And then we're gonna try to answer that final question, hopefully, and then. So next, why did I choose to make this presentation? Mainly, I would like to spark a discussion on a very hot topic that a lot of you are concerned with. First, a quick question. How many of you are game artists or have something to do with game art, technical art? So we have some, and to those people are probably, this lecture is going to be the most adequate. And so yeah, next anyway. This. Okay, so this lecture is going to be a trip down memory lane, but not a nostalgia trip, because I don't like to reminisce on old stuff. I'm an avid game developer and a passionate game jammer. So everything that you will hear today will be presented from a point of view of someone that's very invested in the game industry. I see games as more than entertainment. They're a carrier of collective knowledge and a new form of art, if you will, because if you think about it, they contain everything from narrative, visual arts, a lot of technical prowess, and they're basically carrying the culture of the times that they're made of, also known as memes. The main goal is, again, to start a discussion on this topic, and hopefully during the questions we will have a little bit of a chance to get to know each other more, and I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces. And I prepared an obligatory Einstein quote for this slide, which is that play is the highest form of research. And might have skipped some steps in the evolution of play, but you get the gist, I guess. So who am I? A lot of you probably seen me on a lot of events because I tend to attend most of them. And here's some of my game experience that you can read. I always knew that I wanted to make games, so all my experience has been in the gaming industry. I never did anything else. And mostly in the art field, but although I do have a technical incline. Some projects that I worked on with some bigger studios in Bulgaria. And we're now at my current studio, Black Sea Games. We're very hyped and have announced the launch date for our latest game, Knights of Honor 2. Are there any Knights of Honor 2 fans here? Or one? Yeah, a couple of people. All right. There's a different side of me as a developer, and that is from my early days. I started as I was gaining levels and experience in gaming studios. I wanted to ask and answer a question: can you make a game on your own? So I tried, and these are some screenshots from a solo project that I made, and the answer is no. And there was supposed to be a sound here, but anyway. Well, obviously there are two asterisks, which I'm going to elaborate a little bit on. And first thing is that there are caveats. So there are some games that people made solo, and they're very popular. However, when you dive deep more into how they succeeded, it's usually either an excruciating story of self-sacrifice, or they actually exaggerate their solo-ness. They usually either used a lot of freelancer, had some financing help, the back of a bigger publisher. So a lot of times the solo games are being slightly romanticized. People want to make it seem that their achievement is bigger than it is, even if you had help, it's still extremely hard to make a game. So next slide. Then I tried to make some smaller games for mobile and release them. And these you can do on your own pretty fast. They just turned out to be not my cup of tea. But you can churn those out pretty fast, publish them, and perhaps if you do monetization, even do pretty well. So if anyone is into that, I would recommend starting from that. Now about that yet. We're going to look at the advances that happened during probably the last 20 or 30 years in the game industry, and we're going to see how they changed and improved the pipelines of making games. And maybe with enough advances, we will get to the point where even with a small budget or a solo game developer can make a game that he's passionate about. So another question that we're going to answer is, did AI make our jobs easier, or did they just take our jobs straight up? And there's supposed to be a video here. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's going to play.
They took our job! They took our job! They took your job! They took our job! They took your job! They took your job!
Hopefully there are some South Park fans here. Anyway, so here's a quick overview of the technologies that we're going to be looking at. I'm just going to skim over them because every topic can be very long. We're going to focus on how they actually sped up production times and how, for better or for worse, they actually made some roles in game production obsolete. So first it's I put it first, but they're in no particular order. A lot of voxel algorithms have emerged lately that are used for many things. Lighting, marching cubes, for the programmers familiar. This is a skinning method for voxel meshes. Mocap, facial capture, and Mixamo made animation way more accessible and the animator's job easier. And also, I would argue, some would argue, depleted some value from it. Simulations became real-time or almost real-time, and the demo was about making an explosion. I'm not sure if it's going to play, but you'll get the gist. Smart materials completely changed the way we textured. Now software such as Substance Painter, 3D Code, Substance Designer, and others make making textures quality textures so fast that ask yourself, when was the last time that you saw an advert for a job for texture artists? Because before every studio used to have many of them, but now I don't remember the last time I saw such an advert. And sculpting, before ZBrush, people who were modeling before that remember that it was just polymodeling, rotating vertices and stuff, and sculpting ZBrush and other sculpting tools made it possible to even concept in 3D, which is way faster. And last but not least, the open source powerful tools that we have now, such as Blender. And a little bit on all of this, I'll try to kind of skim quickly over them. So motion capture. Now, this is where our first kind of moral conundrum comes, because a lot of animators that I know had the sentiment that since motion capture became widespread, they stopped being actual creative artists and started being more of a mocap cleaners, which is kind of true. And you will notice that with every new technology, the veterans, the one that invested a lot of time into honing their skills of making, let's say in this case, handcrafted animations, a little bit oppose the newer technology, which is mocap. But the people who just entered the industry are always quick to embrace and use the newer tools. Basically, all humans value their own time the most, right? So smart materials. I think it's pretty self-explanatory for everyone who tried them. Basically, no texture or material is made without Substance Painter or an alternative today. I'm not going to be talking too much about this. But yeah, basically smart materials removed the texture artist as a position in gaming studios. Now, usually the 3D modelers do the texturing themselves because it's so much faster. Simulations, now simulations have become actually a way to model. They become so fast, because before you needed a very beefy machine and it took a lot of time to pre-render. Now you have cloud brushes in ZBrush, in Blender. While before, when you saw, like, say, a pants with sculpted folds and thought this artist probably spent a lot of time and skill crafting this, now you know that they just set up a marvelous designer and created this. And if you see something less than that, you expect the quality that simulation provides. Also, it's not only cloth, it's also fluids, explosions. Water is still kind of slow, but smoke and fire is now almost real time. We're expecting real-time smoke in games any moment now. Sculpting, obviously, I think I went over the main things, but some other things that became automated in modeling is UVs are now almost completely automated, which was a very boring step of the process for modelers before. Retopology is also quite good, the automatic one. You only need to touch it up. And again, here we're coming back to that. Before you used to do everything by hand, and now you're just a cleaner for the AI or automatic results. Also, baking and detail transfer is very helpful for textures. So I've put on a couple of things that I think are coming soon. And if you guys have something that I missed, maybe you can shout it out. Something that, a technology that you see coming very soon in games and that will become widespread and change our views. Okay, and skimmed over the previous topics quickly because we all I hope that all of you at least tried for a little bit the current revolution that is the AI diffusion models in more detail, because there are a lot of AIs that are producing results on different fronts that are okay, but the diffusion models actually make concept art, illustrations that are on a quality that matches or exceeds most artists these days. Basically, 2D AI has become so good that now if you post a very good picture that you maybe drawn yourself, people will always ask, did AI make this? Basically, your work is getting devalued to a point, but also it is a tool, right? So I, for one, embrace our future computer overlords, because probably people said the same about the Photoshop. How come you don't mix your own paints, as someone said? And yeah, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes I fail those, and I wonder if we're all living in the Matrix. Oh, I'm gonna need some water. Sorry, guys. All right, so what does AI do well today? 2D art, which is Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, DALL-E. Probably a lot of you crafted those prompts and tried to talk to our computer overlords. Deepfakes, which is basically replacing one actor with the face of another. They're getting also pretty good. Throughout the slides, you will see some links to YouTube videos. Most of those are either from 2-minute papers or Corridor Digital, because they also experiment a lot with these technologies. So I would recommend both channels to everyone who's interested to kind of be on the bleeding edge of what AI does. 3D art, it's kind of far away. I haven't seen any paper or realization that would create good 3D from scratch, but there are some working prototypes. Animation, now we're not talking about mocap, we're talking the lower screenshot is from a paper that you can find on 2-minute papers as a video. And it shows that AI can produce very good animations from scratch by learning off of mocap data. Video, I mean, I'll just skip that. Speech and writing, like you remember how your voice assistant sounded like 10 years ago? Like, I might you, if you remember that. And now if you ask your Google Assistant something, it has voices that sound like Morgan Freeman, basically. So it has advanced a lot and changed the way we interact with our computers. Now, how did that power become available to the masses? Stable Diffusion released their solution for free, while everyone else is trying to charge, albeit not a very big amount of money for this. However, there's a lot of drama and a lot of billions of dollars at stake now, because this technology is obviously going to change the way a lot of products are made. So if you follow up on Reddit and stuff like that, you will probably sooner or later get to the drama and who released what and why didn't they do things in a certain way. And I guess it's just when big money play and when there is an open solution that is competing against a paid solution, there's always going to be a little bit of a conflict of interest. And these links, and the end is for everyone who wants to understand a little bit better what it's trained on, and because this will help you with your prompts and understanding why does AI understand some objects but doesn't understand other well, or why does it give you unpredictable results sometimes, although most of the time it's pretty spot on. So for the first is the data set that it's learned on, and that data set is searchable. So if you're looking to create something with the AI, that was trained on this that data set. Search the data set and see if the pictures that appear there are close to what you imagine when you say that word. And if it's not, the AI will probably not understand your prompt correctly. And the others are also different artists that AI understands and stuff like that. Now, the morals on copyright, obviously there's a discussion going on right now, but lawyers have had their say while there weren't really any lawsuits that would give us a concrete answer, but the consensus among the lawyers is that it will fall under the fair use. Because, in terms of morals, when you think about it, what does AI do? It looks through like a huge library of pictures, learns from them, and recombines them in different ways, right? What do real artists do to become a good artist? Basically the same. We learn from different artists, we recombine them, and everything new that we invent is, we think that it's new, but it's actually just a mix of, an unpredictable mix of stuff that we have already seen. So there was demo time. This was for the fluid simulation, but I think that the video isn't working. So yeah, we'll just skip it. Basically, this was like a 3-minute video of me simulating an explosion in Blender to show you how fast and easy it is now. I remember that before. What? We checked that before. It's not linked to the video, so it's no big deal. I mean, you can just look up a tutorial explosion in Blender, and it will give you like 20, some longer, some shorter. This is the second demo. I thought about actually typing prompts into an AI, but that is always a technical difficulty with that, running actual software on presenting machines. So here are a couple of illustrations that I made. I can tell you the prompts, but they're really nothing special. So the first pictures are my attempt of only with text make a self-portrait. You can see that I would say that it's not that good. However, the second one is an illustration of a game jam, and those are all very good. I just picked a random one. And these last two are illustrations to someone presenting a lecture. And you can see how those are completely usable. Like, while before, for your presentation, you had to find a stock photography to illustrate your point. Now you can just type a prompt, hey, a dude presenting in front of people, done. You don't need any quality that is quite high for this type of job. Also, when I'm saying that portrait is pretty bad, you can actually train stable diffusion on your own pictures, and it will learn to understand you and give you pictures that are very correct. And a lot of people have done it, so it's not even a big deal today. Now, about that portrait, I think that this one represents me way better. The first one, obviously. Way closer, right? Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that while it's still lacking in some areas, there are technologies coming out every day. There's like in-painting, out-painting, textual inversion, hyper networks, image-to-image, stuff like that you can use to fine-tune your pictures. So I have no doubt that it will produce very high-quality work, especially once it's polished a little bit more. So next topic is virtual reality. I'll skim a little bit faster there because people either tested it and know that it works or are on the ropes about it. And I think it has still some time before it becomes mainstream. Kind of imagine the arcades before, how you had to go somewhere to play games before, and now everyone has them in their home. Same with VR. Now, it's still kind of expensive for home, but it will probably get more mainstream soon. So just click on this video while I fix myself. Oops.
These days, reality is real. Everyone's looking for a way to escape. And that's why Halliday, that's why he was such a hero to us. He showed us that we could go somewhere without going anywhere at all. You don't need a destination when you're running on an omnidirectional treadmill with quadraphonic pressure-sensitive underlay. James Halliday saw the future, and then he built it. He gave us a place to go.
Anyway, so this was from the movie that you all know about something that they're trying to recreate now in the metaverse, which is a buzzword, which I don't like, but hey, everyone can use whatever they want. And it looks ridiculous from the outside, but to people who tried it, especially the higher quality VR, it's really immersive. It actually works. And you know that it has a future when large corporations start investing en masse into it, because usually large corporations are very conservative and don't like newer technology. Say about, I always give the example of electric cars here, how Tesla didn't invent anything new, right? The battery technology, the motor technology, it was around. I mean, they repackaged stuff. They still did some R&D, but it's nothing groundbreaking, and yet none of the bigger car manufacturers wanted to make an electric car that's this good, because they just didn't need to. They were selling enough of what they have. Why do they need to disturb their own industry? Well, here with VR, we see that the big corporations are competing to become the biggest player in the field. And well, first thing that we have is it's being accessible in terms of price, which is the Oculus Quest. And also, we finally have something that people say is indistinguishable from eye quality, which is the Vario headset. Also, there's a lot of innovation going on there with full body tracking, and it currently works. And there are a lot of so-called VTubers have popped up, which are people who don't show their face on their videos, but use a virtual avatar and use that as to create a persona. Now, this is something that obviously is up for interpretation. Is it the future, or is it a fad? Is it going to pass? Is it ahead of its time? I think that those early prototypes that we see on the bottom pictures, they were actually ahead of its time. You can see that, I think that the first prototype was from 72 or something. Maybe it's too early. But it was very early, and you can imagine how the kind of quality that people got. Of course, they're not going to adopt it. But now that we have technology, screen technology has actually grown, I think that the time is ripe for something to replace your TV, basically. Next topic, open source, and the conflict of interest connected with the open source. This is programmers who have kind of delved into it would know how much stuff there is on GitHub that's open source that you can copy, and a lot of big studios do. They copy open source projects or papers, scientific papers, package them in a different suit and sell them for money, which the morals are questionable because most open source has a license that prevents it from repackaging. But then if they don't do that, progress will actually hold, because there will be no way of making money and paying the bills. So while it is an area that's highly contested and a lot of people feel strongly that people shouldn't abuse other people's free work, I don't think that the capitalist economy is ready for a different way of work. So basically, what open source is good for is if a piece of software can be written in, let's say, a relatively short time by one programmer, pro bono. A lot of people do that, and this is, I think, how we got VLC and OBS. Started as a hobby project and then got expanded to become the de facto standards for what they do. But some programs just need the support of a big corporation or proven in the last years foundation, which is the Blender and Ubuntu foundations, which help those programs become as big as commercial products because they can afford to pay for support. Basically, this is the biggest problem of open source, is that support is always lagging, and say NVIDIA always has money to pay off hardware vendors to write good drivers, while Linux, obviously, programmers themselves have to write it. So there's a lot of conflict of interest here. Like NVIDIA doesn't want there to be good drivers for Linux, let's say. But again, capitalist economy, it's not fair, but it is what works for now. And here's some software that you should be using today if you haven't heard about a lot of it, because it's open source software that's free and actually better than a lot of paid counterparts. Except from open source, Unity and a lot of programmers embracing some cheaper model have democratized development. You can imagine that a couple of years ago, to become a programmer, you needed to buy Visual Studio. It cost several $1,000. 3D Max was several $1,000s. Now we have free game engines that are free to learn, use, and even make some money off. Mockup libraries, scan libraries, stuff like that. Steam Marketplace and Epic changed the way games are distributed and killed certain retailers of games. So now even hobbyists can make projects, and we can see that a lot of indies have popped up that before was straight up impossible. And we're nearing the end here, so quick summary is what we talked about today, is how the technology has changed the way production pipelines are set up. The AI revolution that is happening now, and I'm pretty sure that exciting things are still to come. VR, and AR as a future medium, which might replace main entertainment, might not, but it's still very exciting. And open source is finally getting its grip and becoming not just pieces of software made for hobbyists by hobbyists, but into professional tools that major corporations support. So, to that question, should we all embrace the cutting edge? When is it happening? Right? When are we finally going to get the best VR? When is AI going to be as easy to use as typing the prompt and it gives you perfect results? And are those tools going to help us create games that were impossible before, or in terms of price or quality? Well, I think that the answer for this question is not simple, but it is something that everyone has to consider for themselves. If a technology, if you believe in something, then it's always beneficial to be on the forefront and be among the first to adopt it, because the first early adopters are usually become industry leaders later. However, there's always a transitional period, and there probably will be for AI and VR for at least 10 years, where there's still money to be made in the old way, and big corporations usually choose that because they prefer to make money now as opposed to invest into the future. So depending on where you stand, it's always a matter of choice. Do you want to risk a little bit and maybe then become the market leader? Or do you want to make the money where it's here and then switch when it's already popular? So I would like to leave you with my thoughts that there are a lot of truths out there and you need to find your own. And the way I see the gaming industry is that no other industry invokes such passion from people. This is why for me, it's worth investing your time, investing your money and your learning ability into it. And hopefully, you can all make your life just one big scientific experiment of trying to live a certain way, and then in the end, whether it worked or not, it was still useful, right? We all know that a negative answer is also a good answer. And any questions?
Questions. Oh, okay, we have a question. All the way in the back.
In terms of AI, if we assume that at some point AI might make better stories than us and everything else, what are we even looking forward to at that point? Companies and corporations are always gonna be more successful, and it's not like I can make a game with AI that's gonna stand out in comparison to any company. So at that point, we're just sacrificing artists for companies. Isn't that it? Like, what are the people who got into art because they love doing art gonna gain from this whole thing?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and it is true that, yeah, AI will devalue the certain professions, but then this has happened across all history. Like, steam engine killed the horse, right? But people loved horses, and now there are no horses to be found. Basically, I think that the winning strategy here is to embrace it, and then just during the transitional period, while AI is still not as good, level up to something that's AI can do. So basically, let's say AI does very good 2D concepts. Well, maybe people don't have to, can just get inspired by AI and start making 3D from those concepts. Or maybe use AI to create a comic book, because while AI can create the pictures, it cannot coherently write the story yet. So yeah, basically people just have to evolve and step up above what AI can do today. That's my take on it. But yeah, there are moral implications to both, and I think that this is not the first time in history that such conundrum has happened.
I have another question about AI. So for me, it seems that you say, in your opinion, it's a tool, right?
Yeah.
But they market it as a replacement. From what I've seen, it clearly says that it's a replacement.
It does? They do?
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure. Basically, the people who would say that is, I think it's just marketing people that like big buzzwords and that want, say, Mid-Journey to get more investment. So they say, you know, we'll take down the moon for you, and AI will do everything. We all know that this is currently even, and probably for a long time will not be the case. Even if a company decides to massively use AI in their production, they're still going to need artists to clean up the 12 fingers that AI produces currently. And even if AI fixes the amount of fingers it does, there will still be a lot of work connected with the, because it's not only about making art is not about making a good-looking picture. It's about making a coherent product. And that product is way more than a picture that can be said with a prompt. Again, there's a story behind it. There's technical limitations that AI doesn't know how to take into account. Let's say an artist knows that, say, our engine doesn't support rendering hair very well. But it's very hard to pinpoint to the AI that, don't give me this type of hair, give me that type of hair. So artists are still going to contribute, maybe in different ways. And during the period that where they will grow into something like, maybe we won't have 2D artists in the future, we'll have world builders. That will be our name, and who knows. With the help of the AI, we can build a world, but the AI cannot do it yet on its own, until we have general AI at least.
Well, yes, but let's say in 50 years, the AI gets so good that anyone who, just the regular person, can make whatever they want. Then why would anyone really care? Like,
yeah, they won't. In 50 years, I think that the 2D artists will be extinct, but then in 50 years, VR will probably be everywhere. So the need for 2D pictures will be just for concepts, and artists will evolve to produce content for VR, let's say. So yeah, we have to evolve with the times.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions? Last questions? Bobsana.
So you listed all those open source tools. Are you using them in
Pretty much, I listed the ones I used. There are probably even more than that. I use every single one of them, yeah.
No, I mean like the company itself.
Sorry? Oh, inside the company?
Not just you personally.
Yes, actually, most of them. Like maybe we don't use Ubuntu because it's kind of harder. I run Linux on my home machines.
So the modeling is in Blender?
Yep, we model in Blender. I use Krita extensively, and those other, the simpler ones are just for quality of life, like browsers and stuff.
Cool, is that it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Anton. And thank you all for coming. This is everything from us for today, but don't forget that tomorrow at 10 a.m. we're starting again with a new set of lectures by amazing lecturers from 11-Bit Studios, from Chaos, from Worldwide FX, Ubisoft Sofia, Pontica Solutions, Flying Wild Hog, and Snapshot Games. They'll be covering art, game design, remote work, community talks. There's going to be everything tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. See ya. Have a good one.